is dear to you.
Of course I did.
It is, yeah. So you might want to submit it, because we are finally giving out awards again and we want to celebrate our project. So that's long overdue, and celebration sometimes should come with a big audience and a stage and awards and all of these things. So keep that in mind. We want you to visit us and join us. Besides our official events, T3 Developer Days and the TYPO3 Conference, we want to encourage you to visit TYPO3 camps. This one is called a web camp, but it's a lot of TYPO3 branding out here, so we do have more of them. Some are in proximity, which is TYPO3 Camp Rhein-Ruhr. We're not sure if every camp is really happening, so Mitteldeutschland, yes, that's this month in Dresden. Nantes, beautiful landscape, probably the smallest camp, but I think they have the best food, because France.
It was always great. I've visited most of the camps in Nantes, and I always felt welcome, and it's always a great experience.
And I think they're doing canoe tours. So, Vienna, Hamburg would say different, but I think it's the most beautiful city in the world, and it's one of the English and international camps, so you might want to visit that one. We do have Switzerland. Hamburg isn't even up there. Munich doesn't have a date, and Rhein-Ruhr, you can talk to, are you organizers as well? All right, perfect. So these people are actually here, so talk to them, visit the camp. Cluj, I don't think it's happening this year. So we used to have a small conference, Eastern Europe in Cluj, Romania, but that, I'm not sure if anyone's planning it. We have to contact Daniel again, probably, and maybe plus work from Munich. All right, so takeaways.
Takeaways.
Takeaways. Build, learn, grow, repeat, and pass it on. So, to be honest, I think, Benji, how long do you want to work?
I'm getting old. I feel it in my bones.
Right.
So at some point I need to retire, but they're probably, I'm still working for quite a long time.
Yeah. But we will stay here for a few years, and we will try to pass it on to the next generation. You already met the next generation over here. Just a few words about Luisa. She's marketing team lead at the TYPO3 Association, so she's already contributing. And we might want you to join a community team as well. So if you're interested in content management, building websites, digital technology, publishing, whatever you can build with TYPO3, you might want to join one of our community teams. You can have easy contribution just with a few hours a month. You can join a sprint. People are nice. They welcome you with open arms. Consider it. That would be nice. And if we did not mention anything and you're like, maybe we should have that TikTok API, we would like to know, because we might don't know. We might not know.
You don't have a TikTok account?
No. You?
Yes, of course.
Yes? Okay. Can you dance your name?
Probably not.
Okay.
I went to the wrong school.
So if we're just not knowing anything, please tell us. Especially if you're from university, we want that knowledge, because we are all aged, which means our knowledge is basically shaped by 20 years of experience, which isn't good all the time. And now the real takeaways, that's for you.
Yeah. So we will get an amazing version 12. Yeah, and we can all be happy about it, about the improvement. So I'm really happy about it. All the little nitpicks like matching white space and whatever stuff. So that's stuff making me very happy. We get amazing events. We get finally benefits for being a member. So it's not only we appreciate the goodwill, but we also want to give something back. Yeah, and basically make it beneficial for both sides.
Partnerships, I think that's my part. If you want to become a member, just come to me. I will just do the calculations if there's anything valuable for yourself. And I'd also like to introduce you to the partner program we are intending to do, because now you can reshape it and it will be officially announced at the TYPO3 conference. So we do have a little time. If you're an agency, talk to me. I'm here exactly for this one. And ELTS pricing. Become a member, it gets cheaper. Don't be a member, pay more. Thanks.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have ended with payment, right?
You are the business guy. If that's a great decision, I don't know. We are on an open source event, but
Okay.
yeah.
Talk to us. Thank you, Benji, for preparing the slides with me. So he's basically the perfectionist. I would have been standing up here just talking by myself, wandering around doing selfies. And
He
so
had one slide.
one is enough sometimes. Right.
Okay.
So thanks. Have a great camp.
We forgot something. Do
what?
you have questions?
Questions? Questions?
I'm good.
That's good. We did everything right.
So we'll see you on the next code sprint then, I guess. Yeah?
Valuable. So grab some food, grab some coffee. We're here so you can talk to us in private. We can go to a dark chamber, whatever. So whatever rocks your boat. Thanks.
We will turn on the light, right? Okay.
Okay, Daniel, Benji, thank you very much for all your talks and all your information. I think it was really helpful for the people because we heard a very long time. Yeah, we didn't hear that much about it, but we're rocking again, and let's go for that. And thank you very much.
Yeah, great to be back.
Yeehaw!
See you again and soon.
No, sorry, Eva.
Eigentlich 4, weil wir noch eine Ownerin bekommen. Eine Product Ownerin, Projektleiterin. Mandy Fröhlich, Künstler, Entschuldigung, ehemals Fröhlich, das ist eine E-Mail-Adresse, das ist eine Bekannte von der Zeit. Die war wohl vorher in einer alten Agentur, seit irgendwie 7 Jahre oder so. Immer so gehangen und schon relativ unzufrieden. Am 1.4. 3 neue Leute da. Genau, und dann am 1.7. dann halt der Stefan Birk.
Das ist cool. Ich dachte, die Vorwerke, die wir gesprochen haben, das wäre schon einer von den beiden.
Nein. Ja, genau. Ja. Mit HFT ist ja schön, dass Sie jetzt zugesagt haben. Dass die jetzt irgendwie doch wollen, haben die irgendwie groß beschlossen. Ach so.
Aber wir haben intern gesprochen.
Ja.
Mit HFT, der heißt der war jetzt erst Frank, dann direkt auf einer Ausbildung. Mit dem habe ich noch nicht gesprochen.
Okay.
Vielleicht gehen wir davon aus.
Also wir machen jetzt diesen Sprint, fangen wir jetzt mit Studiengängen an. Im Studiengang wird quasi auch ein eigener Page-Type mit im Prinzip Sys-Categories hinten ran für sowas wie Studiendauer, Abschluss, Studienvoraussetzungen.
Ja, eigentlich auch so. Man das auch
Ja, so denke ich das gerade alles. Also so denke ich das gerade. Ich habe tatsächlich gestern mit der Leuphana darüber gesprochen, von Christoph. Wir denken also HFT, HNE, HAW, HNEE und Leuphana eventuell. Also, wenn ihr wollt, gerne.
University Package. Ja, habe ich ja gesagt.
Aber wir müssen aber jetzt erst was haben.
Genau. Nee, weil wir bauen gerade ein Projekt zwischen Projekten.
Ja, Forschungsdatenbank kommt und
Genau.
Projektdatenbank kommt auch noch.
Genau, wir bauen, also wir haben jetzt schon halt Projekte, auch als Page schreiben und enhancen gerade strukturierte Daten und sollen das halt dann auch anwenden an die Forschungsdatenbank. Das haben wir gerade Zeit.
Ja, dann lass uns da dann auch mal genauer reden. Komm, lass uns mal einen Kaffee holen. Ich hab irgendwie bin unterkoffeiniert.
musst dich überhaupt nicht entscheiden, nehme ich jetzt React oder Vue, du kannst mischen. Und dann je nachdem, wo es eine gute Komponente gibt, wechselt es halt mit. Repository da, ja, Draft-CMS. Draft-CMS ist so ein ganz reduziertes CMS, was da super leicht erweitern kannst. Ich habe das für Toms private Seite benutzt. Da kannst du super easy neue Felder hinzufügen, neue Tabellen hinzufügen. Weil ich total viel Projekt habe, ist kein Team dabei. Das ist viel zu viel. Deswegen suche ich nach einer kleinen Lösung. Das ist im Frontend sogar.
Ich hatte mir das vorgestellt. Ja, ich glaube schon spannend. Ich muss noch früher.
Ja, es ging also was bauen. Ich habe kurz damit angefangen, unter unserem JTD-Projekt ein paar Experimente einfach dann, wenn ich das lokal ausprobiere, damit ich dann einfach das verarbeitet habe. Und baue die alle so, dass die in TDEF laufen. Das nur was fällt. Da müssen wir unsere Geschichte zu Steffi ist da der Jan.
Das war jetzt am Deko dran.
Ja.
kompletten Block überspielen mit so eigenen Prozessor. Warum? Weil die Slider-Elemente Sprache verstellt waren statt minus 1 bis aber 1. Und deswegen haben die sich da eigene Prozessor geschrieben, weil der TYPO3 also nur weil die das Feld immer in der falschen ich weiß nicht, ob die minus 1 hatten oder 1 hatten. 0
Minus 1 heißt eigentlich alle Sprachen. Also das ist so ein
Yeah. 1-1. Okay.
nee, sorry, Patrick und Waschen.
Oh, wait.
1-1. Okay, hello guys. So I will start from the questions. How many of you have already used TYPO3 Headless solution in your project? Okay, nice. A few, I see. And how many of you have considered using a TYPO3 Headless solution? Okay. So in today's presentation, we'll introduce to our approach and solution for implementing TYPO3 Headless solution, but also we'll try to find answers to topic you may have wondered about. So before we begin, my name is Adam, and I work as a lead of the team front-end developer in the Macopedia, and I'm also the co-creator of TYPO3 Headless solution, where I'm responsible for the front-end part.
And I am Łukasz Uznanski. I am working as a lead backend developer in Macopedia, and I am author of Headless extension and also co-author of whole TYPO3 Headless solution.
Okay, so agenda for today is we'll talk briefly what the TYPO3 Headless solution is and what the Headless CMS is. And we'll present you our last work, real life examples and case studies. We'll briefly discuss the benefits for the agencies and for developers. And we'd like to discuss also our approach to work with headless solutions. And beside of the architecture, we'll try to make some demo to show you in the live. So our whole team mission, TYPO3 Headless mission, is enabled to agencies to be using in successful in headless and PWA, and this is the reason we are here today. So, what is the TYPO Headless? For us, this is a complete solution that allows us to build website or mobile application or general application based on the TYPO3 in the modern way. So it's based on the two things. The first one is the headless extension for TYPO3, which enable and switch traditional TYPO3 website into JSON API. So your TYPO3 website can act as a microservice or content repository. But the second thing is front-end solution, which is totally separated from TYPO3. And this is a standalone front-end application based on the Vue.js and Node.js. And it's ready to work with our solution, with our API. So, and if you don't want to use the front-end solution because you have already your own, then you can use only the headless extension to get the JSON API. But for us, this is a complete solution, and we promote and deliver it as a whole. So that's what we'll be talking about today. So what the headless CMS is. We can talk about the headless when it provides a backend, for example, for content management in case of CMSs. But there is no output on the front end. So instead of the front end, instead of HTMLs, we got the JSON API. And what is the couple CMS? Because we are much more closer to this subset of headless architecture. The couple CMS gives you also ready-to-work front-end. So beside of JSON API, we can get with our extension to TYPO3. You can also use the front-end solution, which is ready to work with our API. And this, instead of the rendering on the front end, because there is no output on the front end, so we have an API, then the API and content from TYPO3 can be consumed by other channels, like mobile application or e-commerce. So this is good for digital publishing. And on the diagram, you can see the TYPO3 as a backend with our headless extension, which switch TYPO3 to deliver the API. And then we have a front-end application, our solution, which is based on Nuxt, which is ready to work, and different channels where you can consume your API. Both packages are open source, publicly available on the GitHub, so you can take it and implement for free. Has been on the market for 4 years and has been tested for many companies and by us in many projects, so it's battle tested. It's growing on popularity, what makes this extension one of the most popular on the GitHub when it comes to TYPO3. And the same is for the headless, and the front-end solution for the headless, the same package is also public on the GitHub. And yeah.
Okay, so is it really enterprise ready? I would like to show you some real life case studies on projects which we implemented and also other agencies that send us those implementations and to take a look. So starting with Raven Group. Raven Group is a leading transport company in Europe, and we implemented TYPO3 Headless here with a lot of different regions and language settings for them. So Raven Group has 16 regions, and each of them has at least 2 languages. And of course, there are also customizable forms, and editors are working independently on each region and can work on content without any additional work. And approach that we have here about languages and setting up domains. So we have different regions based on different subdomains, and then each subdomain can also have language slack. So this approach is supported by TYPO3 by default, and you can also have the same approach to multilingual setup in TYPO3 Headless. We have also digital experience platform called Karta Multisport, which is pretty popular in Poland, as this company provides you a benefit card for employees that you can access basically every sport facilities in Poland. So this implementation is based mostly on front-end login, and a lot of content is behind. You need to log in order to see the content, and they have about 1 million users, and there is mobile application and identity here. The content is published to a lot more channels because they have also separate mobile application, and we share content to this application, and also they use a lot of other services which integrates with TYPO3 here, as TYPO3 is the source of truth and the data here. You can also have one-to-one trainings. You can also personalize your diet here, and a lot of other stuff such as gamification. And yeah, we are sharing this API so we build up a web application, and this content that they are creating for blog and other stuff is used also in mobile applications. Then we have also Macmillan Education website, and this website, this client had a lot of small CMSs, so we managed to migrate them all into one TYPO3 instance. And what's interesting here? So they operate on 120 regions, and most of those regions are using content fallback. So you have a lot of same pages for other regions, but for example, in catalog is totally different for some regions. So content differs per region, and we have approached that. We use language slugs here, and as I said, we are mostly using content fallback here, and we have a lot of marketing automation tools integrated into the system to get data from Zoom webinars, to generate certificates out of it and send it to users. It's another approach that TYPO3 supports out of the box, and we support as well. And then we have MTD and Robomo corporate portals, and we have two brands on one TYPO3 instance with totally different approach to multi-language and regions. So Robomo shares Robomo is using Slack for region and language, and at the same time, MTD is using totally separate domains for every region and every language. So as you can see, those approaches to those setups, language setups, are supported by TYPO3 by default, but you can also achieve them in TYPO3 Headless without any additional work. They are working out of box. And then we have some external implementations that other agencies send us on Slack channel that they are using it and implementing websites using this solution.
Okay, so what about the benefits for agencies and for developers of using our solutions? Based on our experience and from our perspective, it's easier to recruit new developers when it comes to this approach. On Polish market, there is no possibility to hire TYPO3 developers, especially front-end TYPO3 developers who know TYPO3. But they know Vue.js, and thanks to the modern stack, and they want to work with the Vue.js and headless solution, it's higher and it's easier to hire them and introduce them to our approach. Yep. And the similar situation is to backend developers because they know PHP, they know headless architecture, but they don't know the TYPO3. So we can hire them and teach them in the meantime these TYPO3 specific things. So it's much easier. And because of this, is also we can do faster onboarding because they know the technologies we use. So we can onboard them and they are able to implement new features within 2 days after the hire, instead of 1 month compared to the standard approach. Because in the standard approach, we have to teach them the fluid things, TYPOscript, and these TYPO3 specific things. So because of this front-end stack, they are able to implement features very quickly. And TYPO3 Headless solution opens the new possibilities in terms of using TYPO3 as a part of composable commerce. So your TYPO3 website can act as a microservice, as a content delivery, and can be a part of a larger architecture or the larger project. This is not the only website right now. And we can achieve very consistent front-end between the projects. Thanks to the Next.js application, they provide a very nice guidance how you should structure your project. So front-end developers know what to expect when they switch to the project where they never had worked before. So they know what to expect because the project structure is each project the same. So they are able to switch project in few minutes, and when it comes to, for example, reproducing the environment, for example, as a front-end developer, I want to reproduce some bugs from production on my local environment. So in the standard way, I have to import a whole database from production and set up a whole environment on my local machine, but it takes a time. So with our approach, you can switch your configuration in the front application, so which API you want to use, and it takes 5 seconds to use another environment. And because of this, we have a faster and independent development. Responsibilities in the team are much more divided, and team works much more independent. Because of front-end, don't have to worry about how to resolve the things in TYPO3. They can focus on deliver better user experience on more intuitive interfaces because they don't have to struggle with TYPO3 things. They know Vue.js, so they know how to do this on the front end. And the opposite situation is for the backend because they don't have to struggle with HTML markups. They can focus on their work, on what they should return on the API, on the business logic. And all these things leads to more efficient work. Teams are much more independent, and these responsibilities are not mixed anymore. And it also leads the developers are more satisfied with their work. And this is the summary what I was talking about. So let's go.
Okay, I would like to go through TYPO3 Headless capabilities at this moment. So our approach to headless CMS is a bit different that we see on the market, because usually headless CMS is working just a content repository, and front-end application builds up on top of it, and front-end application steers how to navigate on a web page and how this content is displayed. And in our approach, we still have the full control on the editor side, so editor can change navigation, can change routing of whole web page, add content, and everything stays on the editor control. There is no additional onboarding for editors, so if you have clients that have editors that are experienced with TYPO3, with working with TYPO3, there is no additional onboarding. They work the same way like they did before. Of course, we have in the translation and left-to-right support, and right-to-right as well. And as I showed you before on those real case studies, there is, of course, multi-language support, and all those cases are handled by default. Same goes for multi-domain support, and also no content migration is needed. So in case you have existing web page using TYPO3 and using created on TYPO3, in case you would like to migrate to TYPO3 Headless, we are using the same tables, the same fields, and the same database that we used before, so you don't need to migrate your content at any point. You just need to declare your own new rendering. And of course, it's possible to have step-by-step migration, as we are not extending or overriding TYPO3 in a way that doesn't allow you to use fluid at the same time. You can set your headless JSON output to other page type and still have fluid on the top and build your application aside and migrate it page by page. And of course, we have right now we have support for all core features, and all most popular extensions are supported. So we have workspaces, forms, front-end login, CEO, and basically every core extension. And TYPO3 can work as content API for multiple channels. So we have solution that we are building right now, a composable commerce, which has this front-end application on top, and integrate TYPO3 is working as content repository, and then we have Magento 2, which works for e-commerce in this solution. And because of that, we have high-performance, easy PWA integration. We can cache those two applications separately, independent, and that brings very nice feeling to user, as user don't see really any page reload, because only body changes. And that's just summary of those points, and we'll move to next TYPO3 frontend.
Okay, so when it comes to the front-end solution, we also have to support these functionalities, what we support on the headless extensions. So, of course, we have internationalization. One of the most important things here is SEO. This is not single-page application anymore, so you don't have to worry about SEO, because this is fully server-side render page. There is a content for search crawlers, and they're able to correct and crawl your page. Like Łukasz said, we have a feeling of instant loading. This is much more better for the user experience. The pages are updated very quickly, and the content is visible for the user very quickly. Our front-end solution is ready to use with the API, like I said before, but you have also most of the core TYPO3 functionalities and content elements you can use. One thing you have to do is add some CSS style to make it prettier, and adopt our solution to your project needs. And what is interesting here also, that one front-end application or one process of node can handle multiple domains and multiple TYPO3 instances. So you can manage one front-end for multiple instances by one application. And like Łukasz said before, it's easier to integrate PWA features like caching, offline caching, and give possibility to user to install your application on desktop or mobile.
Okay, so when it's worth to implement TYPO3 Headless, because not all use cases are good for this solution. So let's say you would like to have common user interface. So we are building composable commerce, and your client would like to have the same front-end for e-commerce, the same front-end for blog. So if you want to keep it common and standardized, it's easier to have one front-end application and one user interface to manage and to maintain than split it into multiple services. Or so when you need common user interface, then I think it's a very good use case of TYPO3 Headless. Also, when you would like to share your content across multiple platforms, because when you are building your web page, you are actually building an API. So if you would like to share your content to your mobile application, then when you are done with website, you basically have your API, so you can just plug in and use your content straight away. Also, when you have a lot of custom features, which requires like additional coding, so the project design is not really standard, you have some, you can see that you need some custom JavaScript handling, some custom totally features, and then it's a good use case, because building a website using view components will help you a lot in development, speed up development. Also, when it comes to external integrations, when you have to plug in a lot of stuff, then you can use this front-end application as for integrations instead of TYPO3. So you can move some of them to front-end. Also, when you would like to have mobile application, then when you're building website, you can wrap it up in mobile application and publish it to store. Okay, so those are when it's worth to implement TYPO3 Headless, but I can think of some of cases which are not really good for this solution. So if you have very small web page, like only some sub-pages, it's not really big, it has some standard user interface, and then it might not be good to use TYPO3 Headless, because you have to know that the infrastructure that you need to host is a bit more complicated and requires some maintenance. So yeah, in those cases, you would like to go with TYPO3 Headless.
Okay, so yeah, I would like to discuss also workflow for developers, new workflow and already known workflow. Because we can say we have two approaches now. We can go with the standard way, which we are familiar with right now. So this is the way where TYPO3 is solely responsible for the content and for the rendering the front end. So this is the kind of monolith way. But there are some issues. We can discuss it in a minute. There are some issues with development responsibilities. They are mixed. But we have a headless way also, which we want to also introduce you, how we resolve some issues with which we saw in the standard way. So let's take a look on the standard way. This is based on our experience, how it looks like in our company or what look like. So at the first place, designer prepares some designs, then the front-end developers can make this design and implement them into HTML mockups. And then, depends on the front-end developer's knowledge when it comes to TYPO3. He can implement these mockups into TYPO3 or not. Depends on the knowledge. And based on our experience, this job was done by backend developers. So backend developers, TYPO3 developers had to implement HTML mockups into TYPO3. And then as a result, we have a new website, of course. But we noticed some issues with this approach because, like I said, development responsibilities are mixed. The backend developer had to struggle with HTML markups, so they don't want to do this based on our experience. Front-end developers, to start work on TYPO3, they have to set up whole environment on their local machines. It takes a time and resources. Front-end developers usually don't know TYPO3 templates, so it takes a time until they get familiar with it. And like I said, backend developers have to struggle with HTML. But what is most important for me here, the HTML mockups, usually they are not reusable after implement them to TYPO3. Because we hard-coded some components to TYPO3, and then there is no reason to maintaining the HTML mockups. So all of these things, when it comes to responsibilities, may lead to team struggles. And we can tolerate these issues when it comes to small projects, small websites, small team. But when it comes to something bigger and bigger teams, we see that all these things leads to team struggles. And what happened here? We have different responsibilities, different roles in the team, and these people have different needs. For example, backend developers want to focus on business logic. They don't worry about HTML, about the front end. So they want to focus on the data they should return, not on the HTMLs. Front-end developers want to focus on delivering better user experience, more intuitive interfaces, and they know how to do this, but sometimes they are limited by TYPO3. Maybe they don't know how to do something in TYPO3, so they don't want to struggle with backend, as opposite. And we have a product designers. They want to keep their designs consistent across the project. So no offense, but when backend developers touch the HTML markup, then it be compromise when it comes to project, when it comes to design and consistent of the designs. And we have a project managers, and they want to see changes and new feature, and also customer want to see new feature as soon as possible. But the standard process takes a time, I think. We have to wait for the front end, for the mockups, for the back end, and then the feature is on the production and can be tested. But we can imagine that we have in the team a lot of different roles, for example, QA, and we could imagine they could test our work earlier, on earlier stage. For example, they could test UI components or front end on earlier stage, but they can't because they have to wait also for the whole process. And what can we do about it? We can split and break the monolith. We can break a monolith, and at the same time, we can divide the responsibilities. So this diagram shows our approach to headless projects and any kind of headless project. In this case, this is TYPO3, but we try to keep this approach consistent in our company. So we have divided this process into separated parts, and most important thing here is each of these processes can be done at the same time. What makes the work of the team much more asynchronous, then don't have to wait for each other, and this work can be tested on earlier stage. Why? Let's see. We have a UI repository at the first place, and the responsibility of the UI repository is delivering the design system. And this design system includes UI components, which are mostly dump components, what means that they are agnostic. They are not related to any backend. Their responsibility is visual front-end aspect based on some data they got, but they are not aware about this data and how this data will be provided. And inside of this repository, we have also Storybook, and this is the great tool to document your components in interactive way. So that means that you can publish whole Storybook tool on some website as an external application for your customer, for your QA, so they can test UI components on earlier stage. They can test these components with different source of data, so they can look how it behaves, so they can find some bugs on earlier stage. And then we have a TYPO3 repository, which with our extension provide APIs, so backend developers works there on delivering the API and the content for front-end application. And the second repository in the middle is the one point of synchronization of our work. So at this point, we consume data from TYPO3 and sharing this data with UI components. So the front-end application is solely responsible for mapping data from TYPO3 and shows the UI components from design system. And from my perspective, the best thing here is that this part of the job can be tested earlier. And the responsibilities are much more divided, I think. So this is the summary what I was talking about. The development responsibilities are more divided. Teamwork is more asynchronous. And developers can focus on their real responsibilities. They don't have to worry with, they don't have to struggle with things they are not responsible for.
Okay, and I would like to go through our ecosystem as we are working with TYPO3 Headless for like 4 years right now. So we created a bunch of repositories and tools along with TYPO3 Headless. So this graph shows you TYPO3 Headless organization on GitHub. And so all of our repositories are publicly available on GitHub, and you can take it for free. So it starts with TYPO3 Headless, which has this core extension support for those workspaces, SEO, front-end login, forms, and redirects. Then we have some community extensions. So some of them, we have support for third-party extensions with headless mode. So we maintain support for extensions Solar, News, Power Mail, Grid Elements, and Container. Those are supported by us. And the rest of them, and there are some guys on GitHub that created organization called Friends of TYPO3 Headless, and they are maintaining headless bootstrap package, headless TT address, and key search. And I saw that they created also some kind of React implementation of TYPO3 Headless. So there are other guys that are working on this solution. And then we have also PWA demo. And we will show you this demo actually later, but it's that's a repository. If you would like to look at how this solution works and how it feels like, because it has TYPO3 with some basic database, some files, and some content, and also along with front-end application. So if you have DDEV, then you can kickstart your demo in like 5 minutes using one command. So it's very good to, if you want to play with it, it's the best way to get started. And then we have Next TYPO3, which provides Vue.js components for all TYPO3 content elements. Also has layout supports, provides this server-side rendering for your CEO, and is multi-language. Okay, so under this URL address, there is whole organization. And then we have headless extension, and I can tell you that yesterday we released version 12 release candidate because I think that now we have version 12.2, and headless in version 4 release candidate is ready to work with newest version. And actually we are a verified extension, so we need to keep up with every long-term support version that is released by TYPO3. Here is a front-end repository of Next TYPO3 solution, and then we have PWA demo, which you can kickstart your TYPO3 Headless in 5 minutes. Okay, and I would like to go through some architecture overview. So starting with this, what we saw before, so headless is just a content repository for front-end application. This brings us several benefits. So starting with greater flexibility, for us is you can work with TYPO3 with headless extension, and then if you would like to switch your front-end tool, you don't like Next or any other thing, then you can just change tool by tool. You don't have to change the whole solution at all. You can just change some parts of it and use any tool that you want. Also, it's easier to scale those applications because they are separated. You can scale them independently, and it's easier to find those bottlenecks, and it's very easy to handle traffic spikes. And then we have improved performance, which because of few layers, additional few layers of cache that can help you with performance. We have better separation of concerns, and this is actually working front-end and back-end developers. They are working on separate repositories, on separate projects. Front-end guys have the front-end repository with Next TYPO3, and back-end is working only on back-end site. We have easier integration with third-party systems. Thanks to Next, we don't have to keep everything in TYPO3. We can move some integrations on the front end. It helps a lot, and also there is better user experience as this page is not reloaded at all. There is no there is this instant feeling of switching pages. Okay.
Okay, and we had more theoretical slides, but I think the best way to show some aspect of this application, or this solution, you will see when we show a demo, but okay, 1 second. This is it? Okay, so, can we clone it? 1 second, can we clone it? Because, okay, so I will be looking at this way. So this is what you can get when you set up the DDev project, which you can get on our GitHub. And I will show you two paths, because on the slides we had a diagram which shows the request and response flow of this application, because it's crucial to understand how the frontend, which is separated from the TYPO3, communicate with the backend and how it looks like. So the first situation is when we open that page the first time. So user want to visit our page, so he puts some address in the browser and click enter. So I can simulate with the refresh button. But what I want to mention and discuss is that this is fully server-side render page. So in the source of that page, you can find all content from TYPO3, which is responsible. Here is a lot of CSS, but here we have navigation, which is, of course, fetched from TYPO3. We have a content, which is responsible for content elements. So this page is fully visible for SEO, for search crawlers, and SEO aspects are okay here, so we don't have to worry about it. So this is the first view we got. We have a HTML, which is fully server-side rendered. Of course, browser has to fetch some JavaScript files, maybe some CSS or not, and some images. So this is the kind of situation we are familiar with. When you want to open the TYPO3 page, and the server is responding with the HTML, with everything you need and browser need to render that page. But the situation dramatically changed when I'm currently on the page and I want to visit some other subpages. Then you see that there is no fully reloaded the page. Browser don't have to do this. Instead of this, you can see this content very quickly. And you can see that we are calling the API. So for example, I wanted to see the About Us page. Then the front application, when I'm clicking on the link here, the front-end application prevents the natural behavior of the browser. So there is no this reloading stuff. But instead of this, front-end application calls API, TYPO3 API, which is provided by TYPO3 and our extensions. So we call the About Us page on the API. And as a result, we have a full, all information related to this page. So we have a content array, which is responsible for content elements for this page. We have we see some appearance setup, everything you can set up on page level in TYPO3. You have some meta information, which is also provided in the source as meta tags, which are needed to the SEO. So everything is here, so you don't have to worry about the SEO. And what's more, so I was switching these pages, and I see only the front application calls and fetches the page data. But what about this kind of navigation, which is not refreshed when I change the pages? We decided to fetch this consistent data, like mobile navigation, which is the same for each page, we can assume, of course. So we have decided to fetch this initial data, this is how we call it, initial data. We have decided to fetch this initial data only on the first connection, when the user want to visit the page for the first time, then under the hood, node, fetch the content from API and display here. So this is kind of optimization because where we were working on bigger project who delivers 100 regions and languages, then fetching this language configuration and menu for all the sub-page would be not good when it comes to optimization. So we have decided to fetch this initial data once when user want to visit the page for the first time. And of course, there are some situations you want to refresh your navigation. So for example, I want to change the language and I would like to see the navigation, which is translated. So I can switch the language and you can see the initial data was fetched also. So this is the specific kind of endpoint which is available on the type 834. And it provides the, like I said, the consistent data. So in this case, we have some navigation, which we render here. We have a language configuration and some information for the user, is it logging or not. And in this endpoint or on this endpoint, we can store and provide more information, which are consistent to your all subpages. And that's it. Okay. So like you see, when we change the language, the content and navigation is also refreshed. So you can play with that. You can fetch our repository and run the DDev project. Okay.
Okay, and moving to what we do. So we develop and maintain headless extension, TYPO3 and tools around it. We support open source community. We are available on Slack, and if you want to contact us, drop us a line and we will help you. We provide also training for front-end, back-end, DevOps, and best practices for headless solutions, as a lot of paths and problems were actually solved by us when we are developing those solutions. And yeah, we are focusing on helping agencies and supporting them. And we also provide early access program for TYPO3 and Vue3 and Nuxt3. And what we are working on, and we are working on right now on finding the best way to create mobile application out of TYPO3 Headless. So we would like to have some kind of automatic tool that will help us in creating this out of box, because right now it requires some additional work to do. We have some headless and mask extension integration to speed up development of content elements, because with mask you can generate your content elements using TYPO3 panel, and it's a lot faster. Then we have some repository which can help us to export them into TypoScript templates. And we have also planning to release some themes. And right now we are working on e-commerce integration with Magento 2. And we think also about front-end editing to make things for editors easier to be able to render a whole page and edit those content elements directly on page. Okay, and yeah, we have interaction workshop which can help you start the development, and more in-depth trainings which handles back-end parts differently, separate, and front-end separate, also online and on-site. And what we encourage you to do, so please try out this PWA demo, as it's very nice way to check it out and see if you like it, if you would like to work with it. Yeah, give us some feedback and follow us on TYPO3 Headless Twitter.
And if you have some question, please go ahead.
I guess you guys also make custom extensions in TYPO3 for certain projects. How do you handle the debugging?
Debugging?
Yeah, like if you only get like JSON on the front and back,
Well, I'm working only with JSON. I don't set up my front end at all. So for rendering content elements and XBase, the debugging is the same like before. So if you need to send some, I don't know, you have XBase model that, and you want to send some form and create some models on your site, then you can just send your request like you did with Postman and debug it the way you did before.
But the additional question, what kind of debugging you mean? You want to see these changes on the front end, or you want to debug your back end?
So maybe you guys directly also make the front end at the same time when the back end default. That makes sense, I guess.
Okay, so the debugging in PHP and in TYPO3 stays the same, and for some projects, for example, for this Carta Multisport, where you have this login section and authorization section, we actually set up front end on the same local environment. So in case you would like to, click through the page and don't see only JSON. So yeah, you can set up your front end, connect to your local API, and still be able to work with like rendered page. But for me, usually 90% of times I don't have any front end at all. So I work only with JSON, and it's enough for debugging. Yeah, I have like a Chrome extension that allows me to see structured tree of this JSON, so I can just look up if my element responds what I want this element to have. Sorry, could you repeat?
If you implement Solar,
Yes.
does it search the JSON or the database?
Okay, so with Solar, we are using it like with Core. So you index your tables and your content like we did before. It's the same. And then we just override Fluid templates to provide JSON to front end instead of rendering, HTML directly. So it's the same as it was before. So yeah. But if you would like to, for pages, for example, for pages content, then it's a good idea to store whole JSON in this. But in general, when it comes to Solar integration, we try to keep it. Every integration we want to keep it as close to core as possible. So don't override, don't X-class a lot of things. Just keep them, the same like they were before. Yes.
Because we only have a small time to have lunch, it would be wise to stop the Q&A. They are around the whole day, I think.
Okay.
So if you have any questions to them, ask them.
Please ask us directly.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
sich das nicht lohnt. Ja, die einzige Grund, warum die Seite Multi-Language ist, weil das Spiel Multi-Language ist und wir es abziehen können. Und der Rest nicht. Also man sieht tatsächlich Deutsch, gibt schon ein bisschen was, weil viele Leute aber der Rest ist. Aber wir haben noch die eine, da haben wir Englisch, Deutsch, Französisch, Russisch, Spanisch. Eigentlich nur Deutsch lohnt sich so halbwegs.
Obwohl die Franzosen sind doch auch so.
Ja, weißt du, was wir auch Nazis? Ja, weißt du, was wir könnten nicht. Das ist wahrscheinlich.
Weil die von Kindern irgendwie Untertitel lesen mussten.
Ich sage immer, also die Leute meinen, ich muss mit 6 Jahren König der Löwen auf Englisch lesen.
Das war auch nicht mehr so.
Mittlerweile werden Disney-Filme schon auch nationalisiert bei Technologie.
Da gibt es ja diese krasse Software, die komplett per AI alles übersetzt und Lippensynchron und die Stimme vom Schauspieler noch repliziert. Das ist total fair.
Wir benutzen auch Type. Wir haben ja Leute, die übersetzen, aber die machen mittlerweile nicht mehr wie übersetzen, sondern die klicken den Knopf, dann geht das Teil in Type rein, genau, kontrollieren, dann kriegt es so orange Sprache, so ein Game, was es nicht mehr gebracht hat. Das muss man dann so rausfiltern und dann statt 5 Stunden am Artikel ist wieder eine Stunde.
Meine Frau arbeitet ja bei Patentanwälten und die übersetzt die Patentschriften.
Es ist auch einfach so scary, wie gut das ist.
Hast du ChatGPT ausprobiert? Ohne Quatsch, du schmeißt da eine undokumentierte PHP-Klasse rein und sagst, please document my code. Und der baut da, als wenn der die komplette Anwendung drumherum kennt. Dann sagt die genau, da muss das rein, da kommt das raus. Göttig. Er als Backender, er kann ja nicht sagen. Bitte bau mir die View-Komponente, die Eigenschaften annimmt und daraus das und das macht. Baut ja alles in den Skriptbereich, Template, CSS, wie du willst. Du kannst dir einfach sagen, mach es ein bisschen hübscher. Und er macht es. Edit die Klassen und kann sagen, hey, ich benutze Tailwind, ich benutze CSS-Framework.
Ich muss ja noch was zu tun haben. Ja.
Ey, wir haben Ende letzten Jahres auch mal echt den Kollegen verloren, der immer sehr Tutor für die anderen war, immer Fragen beantwortet hat. Das ist ChatGPT. Auch Typo3-spezifisch. Innerhalb der Kapazität, ja. Wenn es überlastet wird, dann kommst du noch mit deinem Premium-Account weiter. Das ist $20, glaube ich. Ganz selten.
Test. Yes.
Test. Oh, wacht, er is onder mute.
Test. Kijk.
So, hello everybody. I hope you had a good lunch and enjoyed the meal. So we continue with some nice new presentations. I'm really proud that with the new those two people over here, Jeroen from Canon and Joey from Beech. We're working together with several teams together, and the software innovation for Canon. But this is a complete other presentation about the software which is used by Canon, but also used for Type 3 projects at Beech. So really enjoy it and have fun today.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, so we're going to talk about Renovate. But first, I hope you had all a good lunch. And you know, you also need to do a little bit of audience participation at the moment. So I would like you to do something. And it is, please raise your hand if you are fed up with updating dependencies manually. Okay. A fair amount of response. That's good to know, because that is the thing that we also did not want to do anymore, and that's the reason why we are using Renovate. First, who are we? I'm Jeroen Janssen. I'm working at Canon production printing since 1999. Did a ton of different projects, both as in the production software that ends up at the customer, but also in the build infrastructure team that does the support for the other software projects, and that is where I actually deployed Renovate inside our company. And in my spare time, I also do some music, and I try to sometimes combine both computers and music with recording stuff and things like that.
Yeah. My name is, can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Bouten. I've been a software engineer at Beech since 2018, Jesus. Specializing in TYPO3 CMS, mainly do my development in there. And I like working on improving the company workflows. Yeah, that's where Renovate came into view, and rolling those out. And in the spare time, I'm usually in a gym or a bar. So that's what I do. Well, about Beech, yeah, I've been working at Beech since 2018. Beech is a company we've now have about 25 passionate experts based in Venlo and Eindhoven. Yeah, I started there when we had like 5 to 6 people, so we've grown over the past couple of years. And yeah, we have customers from startups to yeah, large enterprises or multinationals like Canon. Yeah, and we don't specialize in a specific industry, but we take on different tasks in a lot of different industries, just what the customer needs. Yeah, that's yeah, Beech loves open source. Yeah, they have been working with TYPO3 CMS since yeah, I think they started 10 years ago. I don't know it that specifically, and yeah, they also grown into different languages, work with Angular, work with Laravel, yeah. So that's a bit about Beech.
Yeah, a little bit about Canon. Most of you probably know Canon with, related to cameras and home printers and stuff like that. I'm working in Canon production printing, so that's professional products that are slightly bigger than that fits up in your desktop. The main headquarters is in Venlo. And that is also where there's an R&D site where I work. We also have 2 other R&D sites in TYPO in Germany and in Timișoara, Romania. Roughly 1,900 people work around in Limburg in the company. Why are we giving this presentation together? We both have a shared interest in open source software. It was funny, the first talk that was given talked about generations and age and stuff like that. It was really recognizable for me as well, because I've been contributing to open source projects, and it's a great way to build communities and to learn stuff. So for me, it's also the first time that I'm here, so it's really interesting to see that as well back. We also have a connection with Fontis in Venlo, supervising students and helping with grading the graduation projects. And as Edward already said, there are several Beech employees that work at Canon, and that is where they also kind of got familiar with Renovate in a way. So, what are we going to talk about? First, a little bit about what is Renovate, why do you need it, how do you deploy it, how do you configure it, what does it, if it works correctly, what does it look like, and what did we learn from rolling this out in our companies. So it's a universal dependency update tool. It runs on different platforms, so whether you're using GitLab or GitHub or something else, it's probably supported. And it's also multi-language, so whether you're working in PHP or JavaScript or in .NET or C++, if there's a package manager that is available for that language, then it's probably supported by Renovate as well. It's open source, so it's written in TypeScript, and it's developed by a company, Ment, that previously was called White Source. And it's also used by a variety of big companies as well. So the approach of Renovate. So the intent is, everybody benefits from automation, even it's a little bit. The intent of Renovate is that you should not change your workflow in order to get the benefit of it. So if you work a certain way, it means that Renovate should not get in the way. So you can configure it the way you want it, that fits your workflows. You should not adapt your workflow to fit the tool. And it will automatically detect settings as much as possible. And if you want to overrule things, then that's also possible. See, some resources. So it's the project itself is hosted on GitHub. There's also where the discussion community of the community is active. We both experienced that the responses are very quick. So if you run into an issue and you have a question, then developers are quick to respond there as well. There's a documentation site that on one part explains all the configuration settings, but it also talks about the guidelines on how to approach certain aspects related to updating, because there are different strategies that you can have, and and there is a commercial website as well. So why do you need Renovate? So what is automatic dependency updating? So what Renovate does, it scans your repository for package files, whatever that means for your language, and the dependencies that are related. Then once it knows all those package versions, it can look at the repository where those packages are hosted and see if there is a new version of a certain package. And once it finds that, it can make a pull request that updates the package version in your repository. So that's the thing that it does. And it can look at public repositories, the publicly available repositories that you can have. But if you have a custom repository, it can also look into that repository and see, are there new versions of your custom packages? And the log files, so a lot of package managers also have log files that need to be updated as well. It takes care of that so that you don't need to do things by hand. And as already mentioned, there are a lot of several different kinds of package files that are supported by Renovate.
Yeah, and then I'm going to talk about the use case we had at Beech. Well, I am as a developer, I'm lazy, and I was usually tasked with doing security updates when there was a new security released. So for about 20 plus TYPO3 installations, I had to do all these manual steps, open the project locally, get the latest master branch, start Composer, see if I have an available database or if I can run it locally, which helped in Docker. Then I had to do the Composer update steps for the TYPO3 CMS to install the security update, maybe check if it was correctly installed. Then I had to create a branch, commit it, push the branch, create a merge request, and so on, so on. So yeah, security updates were a hell to do for a lot of projects. And they just came on the day, or like sometimes you get them the day before, you get an email like tomorrow is security update. and yeah, your whole planning for the week went down the drain. And after Renovate, yeah, it got a lot faster. Now, what we did is we had a Renovate project in GitLab. I will show how we configured it later. And I just only have to start a pipeline on the project, GitLab pipeline, and it goes through all the projects. And with the strategy we set up, it updates the log file for the latest security release, and it creates all the merge requests, which I can just look through, press merge, and deploy. Which we still do manually. You can also set it up to do the merges automatically, but yeah, we haven't really had Renovate running for a long time, so it's about building trust now, and maybe we can automate that later too. Here you see, like, I started Renovate, and just in a couple of minutes, all the composer log files are updated to the latest version, and I can just run through them. We have one configuration for all installations. If it's TYPO3 V10 or 11 or V12, that's how we set it up, and I will get to some examples in a while.
So how do you deploy Renovate? So there are different options to deploy Renovate, depending on, of course, which platform you are on. It's an NPM package, so you can just run it by yourself if you want. But you can also run a Docker image that contains all tooling. It's also a GitHub action or a GitLab runner even. But if you host it yourself, then you are responsible, of course. So that means that if you depend on tools like Composer or PHP, you need to have the right versions installed in the path, otherwise Renovate will not be able to find them. And if you manage it yourself, don't forget to update Renovate itself.
So yeah, now I'll show some examples of how we set it up. So we had a project just called Renovate, which contains a GitLab CI. Very simple, use the latest Renovate image. And we have an action. We need to have a Renovate web token, which you can find in documentation. I think it's needed to get, you have to have a GitHub token if you have GitHub packages on GitHub, so it can look at those packages too, else it wouldn't have access and doesn't update them. And then you have a config.js file, which there is your main config for the current job you are running. And every project which you have configured has to have a renovate.json file, so you can also specifically configure stuff for a project. But as I said before, we have one configuration for all projects, so you can include them, which you can see in a minute. But first, a config.js example. This is as basic as it gets. We have an endpoint, which is our self-hosted GitLab. We have the token, the platform, the base branch. So our base branch is just master. That's where we run our preview environments. And the enable managers, we just have Composer for this task, but you can add Yarn in here or NPM or any of the tools that are available. And then you have an onboarding config. And when you configure a repository in this config.js, at first it's going to look at the repository and see, okay, does it have a renovate.json file? If it doesn't, it will try to make a PR with the onboarding config. And the only thing we add in our onboarding config is an extent of a public file we have on GitHub, which is a configuration we want for every project. So we don't have to define, if it changes, you only have to change one location instead of having to go to every repository to make a change in the configuration for Renovate. So yeah, that was for our use case, that was fine. And then you define your list of repositories. Yeah, it's okay.
So how do you configure Renovate? So there is some default behavior. This is not the full list, but what basically it tries to do, it finds all the package formats and then use separate branches for each change. So if you have a package, if you have multiple packages, the default is that they get into separate branches. So you have multiple pull requests where an update is isolated from other updates. So that means you can see whether it breaks something or not. It will also update the log files, and it will create pull requests immediately after the branch is created. This is kind of the default behavior. If you want to overrule it, then you can do that. So the Renovate JSON file, basically there are two sections in there. One section is about the whole repository, and the other is about rules for packages. For the whole repository, you can, for example, limit how much pull requests there are concurrently created. So when you first run it on a new project, could be that you end up at 50 pull requests because there are 50 packages that need to update, especially if you have not been manually updating packages. That might be the case. So if you don't want 50 pull requests on the first run, you can say, please only do 5 or 10 or whatever. Base branches, so you can specify on which branches Renovate will look if there are, if it needs to update something. So if you have a release branch, you can also make, for example, security patches on the release branch. Yes, the next thing is, of course, you can specify which packages managers need to be enabled. And you can also tune the commit message. And there are a lot of more options that are documented in the Renovate documentation. For the package rules, you can basically do us, but we have some examples, but you have regular expressions that you can match names or certain parts of packages. And you group them together, and then a group ends up in one pull request. So for example, for TYPO3 CMS, you can group all the packages in one pull request because they belong to each other. And as already mentioned, there's a preset mechanism that you can use to define your own defaults for certain things, but also provided defaults by Renovate itself. Yeah, so this is an example of an included preset. The base one, I hope it's readable, but there is something that says for PR hour limit 2. So that means every hour there will be a maximum 2 pull requests created, and there is something like concurrent limit 10. These are kind of like presets that you can just choose which one you want, but the base includes these settings. And for some PHP standard, they already provide some default grouping. There are a lot of group presets already present. For example, if you are using Angular, those are grouped together, and especially projects that originate in a mono repo, they will benefit from grouping.
Yeah, using your own presets. This is the actually when you run the onboarding on a repository. So your first Renovate job, it asks to create a merge request with Renovate JSON and add this in the repository, which we have defined in our onboarding. And this is the preset we created, so we don't have, so we have one place to just have our changes and do, yeah. Then is making your own presets. This is actually what the preset contains. As Jeroen said, you have settings that are for the whole repository. Those are these settings, and after that you get the package rules. What we defined here is we disabled the dependency dashboard. It also creates tickets for you, and where you can see GitLab tickets, and where you can see, okay, what did it update, what's the current state now, and it keeps updating that. You will see that in an example later for what it does for merge releases. We just run it manually, so we don't have to set the hourly limit or the concurrent limit. If you run it on a cron job, maybe like every Sunday, to see if there are updates, for example, then you could change those. Our base branch is master. We just wanted to enable composer. We had to define the separate minor patches, else it didn't update TYPO3. That's something I learned when asking the question on the public forum on GitHub. I just sent over my config, and they said, okay, you need to have this in. Usually respond in 1 or 2 hours. The commit message prefix, the topic, something extra of how the commit message will look, and the strategy. And we just wanted to update the log file. We didn't want to pin the latest version in the composer JSON itself. We just want to have the 10.4, for example, and not the minor releases. After that, we get the package roles. I don't think this is readable, but package roles work from top down. So what we basically did is there aren't any package roles defined in the current state because we didn't have any settings for package roles included. But what we did, we disabled all the minor, the pin, digest, and major updates. Just disable them all because we just wanted to have the patches. So after that, the next rule is, okay, match the update type patch. The match type pattern was just a wildcard, so we got everything. And we excluded the patterns, TYPO3 CMS dash. So everything was, and we disabled those. So every package is disabled except for the ones that start with TYPO3 CMS dash, which are our main TYPO3 packages. And then we added a group. So we select the patch, we select the match prefix type, TYPO3 CMS dash. We group it by name, TYPO3 CMS. We add a label and we enable that on true. So when this runs, there is only checked on packages that start with TYPO3 CMS dash, and we group them together in one PR. So if you have a lot of different groups that belong together, you can actually define those here. So that was basically our setup. And what does a Renovate pull request look like? It's a lot of data in there. So this is the onboarding example. This is when you firstly add a repository, and it also says you, okay, what can you expect if you put Renovate in this repository? It gives you a lot of documentation. If something fails on a pull request or you have merge issues, there's usually in GitLab there is a checkbox which you can enable, so it will retry the next time when it gets when you try to run Renovate again. If you don't do that, it will just leave the pull request as it is. So this is the onboarding example. And this is the update example. So this is a patch Renovate created, and it updates the CMS from .21 to .23. And it gives all the packages which it wants to update, and you can click through on that to compare what the changes are, and it actually gives you all the information and what has changed in that package to easily see, okay, what did the package providers update. So it's a nice, if something breaks on a certain package, you can exactly see, compare the difference, what was changed in the meantime. And this is what it only changed. It's for one package, the log file widget update, because this was our strategy, how we set it up. And when we run the pipeline for deployment, it installs the log file and the latest version is released. And we also have an update for NPM or for Yarn, whatever package use. It looks at the package JSON, and you can add a lot of different settings here to actually look in what was the age since the release, how many people have already installed it, what's the confidence and parsing. So if there are, since those released, there came a lot of bug reports, for example, they use some kind of package to also give that information here. And here you can actually compare the release notes and the features that were added. You see the commit messages. So it's an easily overview to see what has changed. What did we learn? Well, what was the hard part is a bit of debugging, especially in terms of repository permissions. So in GitLab, the one who starts the pipeline is actually Renovate takes over the permissions of the person that started the pipeline. So if you would have just a developer which doesn't have access to all the packages you want to update, it fails. But it's really hard to actually see what fails, so we always run it in debug mode. So you see, okay, I expected something else here. Then you have to look through the debug to see what went wrong and why didn't that package update. It's not, there's still no clear visual graphic interface to see, okay, something went wrong here or this went wrong. So then we also had the issue of it started to update every project with the latest PHP version. Yeah, you don't want that. Because we use the latest config of the latest image in Renovate, it switches in between the PHP versions depending on the project, and it looks at the PHP platform which is defined in a composer JSON. So after we defined all those PHP versions, it used the correct PHP version. And yeah, the last part is about the logging. It's really hard to see if something goes wrong or if something doesn't work on unexpected. There is no clear view, and you have to check the log files, which can get huge if you have a lot of projects defined, so you have to just download them, Ctrl F, and search through them. It's all grouped together for each repository, so it's still okay. You learn to read them, let's say that.
Yes. And you definitely need that. Sometimes you get into a situation where it seems like Renovate is not doing anything, and then in the log file you discover that something is configured wrong or something like that, but you don't, the Renovate job itself does not fail. It just tries to go to the next repository and do its work. But that sometimes means that it's a bit tricky to analyze things. What we learned is that the config tuning takes a little bit, especially if you are using projects that for example, we do a lot of stuff with Visual Studio, MS Build also, and we use packages, NuGet packages that didn't contain a default group. So we had 10 pull requests where all the packages should have been in one pull request. And that requires some effort to figure out how to configure correctly. Also, depending on what kind of projects you have which kind of language you have, each language requires maybe some different tuning. So if you have Java projects, which we also have, then you run into different things than if you have purely C++ or C# things. And it takes a little bit, especially also if you have not updated enough, it takes a while to go through the whole list and figure out what is wrong and then complete the pull request to get up to speed with what is currently available. Yeah, the limiting of amount of pull requests, especially also in relation to package log files, they can conflict with each other. So if you have 20 pull requests and the first one gets merged, then the other 19 could get a conflict. And what Renovate also does is the next time it runs, it looks at, does this pull request have a conflict? It does then it does the work again, or maybe you waited with updating the package and there is a newer version of it already. It can recreate or update the existing pull request, and then another build gets kicked off and you can verify that it works correctly. I think that what you see also there is that if you decide that you don't want to merge a certain pull request, you can actually cancel, abort the pull request, and then Renovate will ignore that specific update of the major update for a while until the next one is there. So you're not forced to create or to merge all the pull requests that it makes. You can decide, okay, now is not the time to do this. Just forget about it for a while until I have time for that. So that is also a way that it fits your workflow in that sense. And I think also it's good to remember that a green build does not mean that everything is right. It depends highly what is integrated in your pipeline. So if you have unit tests and if you have everything covered, then that is fine, but that will not always be the case at companies. So maybe you need to test the build manually, or you need to do some verification. Or in the team where I was in, we tend to have our own changelog. We want to register when we update the dependency. So that means that even though Renovate made the pull request, I want to manually, or I need to manually update our changelog to include that we updated the package. So it is not always the case that a green build means that you can just merge it. That's, I think, sometimes forgotten. So, was it worth it?
Absolutely. Usually it would take like maybe between 2 or 3 days to go through all these websites, like because you have your work in between and you switch to update a site, and yeah, stuff gets forgotten, stuff doesn't get released. You get a conference call in between, and yeah, it was just a pain in the ass to do security releases, and they have to be done. Now I have everything configured, and the latest security release I got like all sites through and released, and in like 1 or 2 or like 2 hours, I think. Yeah, sometimes you just run into an issue with a certain project, but once everything is set up nicely, it's just press the button, look through the merge request. Okay, nothing really weird has happened. Merge everything to preview, see if preview is still running, or if your test all passed. And okay, when you feel safe, then just do a release. And
I think it's also, you can have a dependency on a package that you know about, and maybe you keep track of that. But that package can have a different dependency that you are not aware of. Or that dependency has something else that gets updated. So you will never be able to track everything yourself manually if there is an update. And also, if there is a security fix somewhere and you don't know about it, then how are you going to support your customers and make sure that the fix is deployed? As soon as a package is available in the repository, Renovate can pick up on it and then make the pull request. So you're never lagging behind in that sense.
yeah, and the main part is no local environment needed to run updates. So yeah, just give me a laptop and let me into GitLab, and I can usually do all the security updates in which I used to, yeah, clone everything locally and run it there, and hope everything locally is running correctly, and the Docker images are working, and the registry hasn't been thrown away, and yeah, stuff happens. So it made life a lot easier. Questions?
I think we ran a bit fast, perhaps. Yes. Is there a microphone? Yeah, maybe.
Edward is coming, so people who are at home can hear it too.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, first of all, thank you for your talk. I got 2 questions for you. First of all, how does exactly Renovate update the packages? So is it internally running, let's say we are working on a Composer project, is it running a Composer update, or is it modifying the Composer log by itself?
It can do both.
In our case, it was Composer update, all the packages, and then -w to do the underlying with all dependencies which you can configure. And then it actually does that in that way. So if something fails in installation, yeah, it will just skip it.
Yeah. It depends on the package manager. I know that for Gradle, for example, they have their own implementation in TypeScript that is kind of a slim down of the real thing, because it can be a lot of overhead, but the default kind of is you just use the native package manager for a certain language. So it will use that one. So it can detect itself if there's an update, but it then uses the actual thing to do the update.
Yeah.
Okay.
It also can detect if the PHP version and the Composer version you need, and it switches in between.
Okay, and therefore, in your example, you showed you are using the Renovate official Docker image to running the upgrades. So is the Docker image providing all relevant versions? So when we talk about PHP, is it shipped with PHP 5.6 till 8.2? So everything is mixed.
It switches in between. It's a quite larger image, and there are also specific images for PHP only if you want to just use PHP Composer images. But the latest just has everything combined, and it knows how to switch. It's magic for me. I haven't searched out how that exactly works, but it works.
Okay, thanks. So the second question is Renovate supporting custom steps? So I think you said in one of the last parts, so maybe you want to update your changelog file manually. And when I hear manually, I get
but that's because we want to have a changelog for the thing that we release. So you can also make a changelog when you do the release, and then you need to go through your commits and what did you do. What we try to do, at least, is when you merge something, we add an entry somewhere that we know that the changelog needs to be updated, because I don't want to go back in the history of the commits and figure out what happened and then update the changelog. So we've not looked into if you can automate that in an easy way. But if you don't care about providing a changelog internally about what is updated, you don't need to do anything manually.
Okay, but can you tell Renovate in some order to execute some post action? So let's say I want to create an issue in my issue tracker in Jira, for example, and so that when Renovate creates a merge request, it also creates a ticket where people who are working on this merge request can track their times, or just as an example.
Yeah, we did not use something like this, but I think I read that you can indeed have like a post or prefix script that you run before Renovate does its action. And that will get some arguments on what happened, but I have no experience with that. I know that I think it exists, yes. So that's something that we could technically use to do this kind of thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Behind you.
Of course. You said that it tries to use the native package manager, right? So, but there are also frameworks like Angular that have their own update tooling and that run migration scripts, for example, for moving from Angular 14 to 15. Is it also supporting something like that, or?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But if you want, you could do it in a PostScript.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
But I think that's important to know that if you do a major bump of a version and it has breaking changes, then the build will fail. And then you know that there is work to do. So you put that on the backlog that you need to manually upgrade.
Yeah, so it at least triggers you.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I think that's also that's another benefit of Renovate. It will, if you're just focused on your stuff and not on too much on the outside world, you also get to know that there is a new version of TYPO3, for example.
Any other questions?
I think there was something there, but I don't know. Yeah, wait for the microphone, because otherwise they will not hear you on the stream.
Thank you. Hi. So I'm wondering about this configuration, what we see on this slide right now. Is it a common project on the GitLab for all packages you want to scan, or you want to use this GitLab job in each project you want to scan?
We actually have we have an application team and a web team, web.typo3. What I did, I configured this to run on all the repositories which are in the config.json. So I just have one repository with all the Renovate config to run it everywhere. You can also define it in every repository itself. What a colleague of mine did is when he makes a change in the repository, parent pipeline on the Renovate project will be triggered to check that repository again if there are any updates. So if you would, for example, try to do a production release, you could trigger the parent pipeline on Renovate to see if there are any changes or any updates that also have to be done. So you can configure it however you want.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
What you can do is you can run it as part of your regular build as a step integrated in there. So that means that after somebody makes a change and that gets merged into your main line, it automatically runs Renovate to see if there are updates that it needs to do. The other thing maybe worthwhile to mention here is that this example specifies which repositories to check. You can also say, please connect to my GitLab server and search all the Git repositories. And do your work there. So if you have a new Git project, it automatically can pick up on that without you needing to explicitly manually specify it here. But if you are in the process of rolling it out and experiencing how it behaves, it might be better to not run it on the whole company-wide Git projects from the start.
Okay, thank you guys.
If you have any other questions, then also we will both be here the whole day, so you can come up and ask questions if you have specific ones. But I think we're done.
Yes, that was it.
Then thank
you very much.
If you have a slide. Yeah, that was it. Okay.
Okay, Jeroen, Joey, yeah, thank you very much for your insights. Small present for both of you.
Thank you.
And thank you. I hope you all enjoyed it.
Oh, but it's it is there.
It's
Oh,
there.
okay. Just a symbolic.
You only have one hand.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
So I hope you enjoyed it. The people are here for next
Yep.
questions, and yeah, we'll see you later in the next talk. Thank you.
Okay.
Wahrscheinlich für dich nicht so, also nicht so. Wenn ich meine Composer-Updating mehr machen muss, selber, für 7 Projekte. Aber ich habe dann auch Spaß dran, mich da 20 Stunden reinzutragen und was aufzusetzen. Also, ich finde ja im Backend funktioniert sogar meistens relativ gut, aber bei NPM, wie oft ich da Konflikte finde. Ich werde auf jeden Fall einfach mal so einen Samstag. Wir haben, keine Ahnung, wir haben nur überschlagen 120 Repos. Da kann schon ein bisschen Zeit mitsparen.
Wenn du auf GitHub postest, kannst du in der Regel auch ein Tinderboard reinsetzen. Hat halt nur den Nachteil, kann weniger Ökosysteme und dann kannst du.
Du kannst bei Dependency auch sagen, weil bei mir macht der nur Security.
Du kannst alles machen.
Kannst du denen auch sagen, update einfach mal alles.
Du kannst dann irgendwie sagen, mal update einfach mal, was du hast. Also
Okay,
habe ich gesehen, in irgendeinem Projekt haben wir im Einsatz, das ist halt mal da so, mal da so eingestellt.
Aber bei mir, also wenn du ein Update immer benutzt,
also ich habe
Präsentation, Joey.
Personen schön Typsyntax-Personen. Bitte? Ach ja, warum eigentlich nicht? Ist doch schön, ja klar. Ja, in der Platz selber. Christian.
Flokkie. Flokkie. So welcome, everybody. I want to do a talk about TYPO3 Rector. And we'll start with Rector and then TYPO3 Rector. It's a tool to do upgrades and refactoring on your PHP code and some other code as well. About me, my name is Michiel Roos. I live in the Netherlands. I'm a freelancer. And I like PHP. I've developed in PHP for a long time. And lots of TYPO3, some Laravel. And I like to build all kinds of tools, other stuff. I'm a father of two. And Flokkie is a new family member. He's just turned 1. Oh, kan die ook naar beneden of niet? Dat dan maar niet. I should have been here with Sebastian Schreiber, He's the father of TYPO3 Rector. So he was the first person to come with the idea of actually fixing the changes or fixing the code that needed to be fixed. Because first we started with TYPO3 scanner. I don't know if any of you know that. And we got together in Rhein-Ruhr-Kamp some years ago, and I said, well, you just take all the change logs and generate a list of tickets from them, and then you make rectors from all the change logs. And he said, no, it's impossible. And so we scripted it up, and we filled GitLab with a list of tickets. And that started off the whole TYPO3 Rector project. He couldn't make it, unfortunately, but yeah. Well, we all have code, lots of code. As soon as you write code, it becomes legacy code, of course. And you have to carry the code into the future, take care of it, change it where it needs to be changed to make it run on later PHP versions, on later TYPO3 versions. So that's work, but we get paid for it, so that's fine. But change is scary. You can break things. Of course, you don't have to change it. You can just leave it. But then you won't really go forward. Rector PHP can help you. It's like a tool, like the coding standards tools. And it's a collection of things to help with upgrading and refactoring. And we can look at an example. Don't know if that's really visible. But here's like a function, and there's an unused argument in there. And there's this specific rule will remove this unused argument from your code. So you could run Rector with this rule on your whole code base, and it will go through all the PHP code and find all occurrences of unused arguments and fix them for you. It's a library you can build upon. So that's how TYPO3 Rector was made. It was based on Rector PHP. It won't do your job for you, but it can help you to avoid doing lots of boring code changes. It's like a machine that does it for you. So how does it work? The PHP files parsed into an abstract syntax tree, whatever that may be. And this tree is like, you can imagine like a tree with a stem and branches and leaves and other stuff. And then the tree is modified. There's a guy with scissors. He cuts off branches, for example. And then this tree is transformed back into PHP code. And the PHP code is written back as a file. That's what's actually happening. So what would it look like? Well, here's a simple a PHP file. And what can you say about this? You know, like there's a function in there, a thing called a function. The function has a function name. The function takes one argument. And then there's a function body, and in the function body there's a function call. And the function call is like a PHP function call, and there's one argument for the function call. So this is actually what's in the abstract syntax tree. This is built by the Nichik PHP parser. It's really cool software. So here's explicitly stated what this little piece of PHP code looks like in an as a tree form. And then all the Rector does is just walk from the root of this abstract syntax tree, walk through all the code, through all the segments, and then when it finds something it's interested in, it can do something with it. So here you can see like there's the node traverser that walks all the nodes of the tree, of the abstract syntax tree. You don't really need to remember this, just like I'm explaining how it works under the hood. And then if it finds a node that's instance of function, this is an example that has nothing to do with the previous code example, it can just clean out the function body, for example, and then write it back and echo the result in this case. So that's how it basically works. We have TYPO3 change logs. Who knows the change logs? Yeah, some don't, really. Who reads them, actually? We can take a look at them. So since version 7, the core team has kept a log of the changes. Well, of course, they kept logs, but these are actual elaborate descriptions of what changed in the code, what you need to do to move your old code into the new form, what to avoid, if it's a breaking change or not. And you can see here for each version, like something's changed, and what here, this is like not a good example. Yeah, here it says like impact. Should have prepared this better, but sometimes it says like you should do this thing instead of that thing. And we can use these change logs to create a rule for Rector to actually change the code. So the things that's written here in text as words, we can transform it into code and make the code do the actual changes. So that's what TYPO3 Rector is. It's a collection of these Rector rules, but then specifically for TYPO3, because there's lots of Rector rules. For example, specifically to move between PHP versions from 7 to 8 or whatever. But TYPO3 Rector is a set of rules for TYPO3 specifically. So for example, there's a random functions that used to be in general utility, and now they have like an own random class with members. So this is what it.
Could you zoom in?
Yeah. Oh. So yeah, there's a new class, so it adds a new use statement, and it rewrites the general utility call to the actual make instance, and yeah. So normally you would read the change log and know what to do, but this Rector class will actually make the changes for you. So it's really cool. So demo time already. Now we can install TYPO3 Rector. And then you need to create rules.php in the root of your project. So all the code you need to change is up from there or down from there. You need to define target folders if you must. But if your project is small and there's a lot of ignore files already set up, you don't need to do it. You need to define the rectors you want to run on your code. And then, yeah, you just need to run it. You can do a dry run to see what it would change before you do the actual run. But of course, you have version control set up, so that should not be a problem. So what are the actual commands? Yeah, we can try it out. So here I have a folder with some old code. Yeah. It's TT News in this example. So we can install Rector. And it will pull in a lot of dependencies. Here you can see the PHP parser, for example, the actual Rector project. Yeah, and lots of other stuff, PHP stan. And now I have a Rector executable in my bin directory. But I need rules. I've actually got the rules, but I need a Rector PHP file. So I can go to the TYPO3 Rector project, and then to the templates folder. And there's 2 files there. One is really big with all the exclusions in. Like it skips all these directories like vendor and build and stuff. Where's my mouse? Mouse? Other screen? Yeah, here's a command to get the whole file and put it in the project root. So now we have the Rector PHP file in here. And by default, it has this set list, which will change all your code and bring it up to TYPO3 version 11 level. And it skips all these directories. On the command line later, you can give the folder which it should do the changes in as an option. Oh. So now we can run it. And we can do a dry run to see just what would change in the classes folder. And it's going over all the rules, changing all the code. And then we can see all the changes it found and all the things it would rewrite. And if we like it, we can run it again, but then without the dry run. And it will also show you what rules it has applied. So that's nice. This is an old TT News version 9.5, and the Rector rules that ran now are all the changes that are needed to bring it up to level 11, TYPO3 11 compatibility. Yes, it does. Yeah. So this is just the classes folder, as an example. But there's more. There's also a TypoScript processor. I heard just now it's a bit iffy, because it doesn't use, of course, the PHP abstract syntax tree, so it needs to parse it as TYPO3 does, and TYPO3 parses all this TypoScript into a huge PHP array. And I think that that's what the operations happen on. But it's cool, right? You don't want to miss, at least I don't like editing TypoScript, so I welcome this helper. There's a flex form processor as well, which is nice. It will do the language labels for you, because if there's like the core language labels, they switched from lang to core or something, you need to go over all the occurrences, which was annoying. So those are automatically fixed now. Icons processor. It's also cool. Form YAML processor. So this is all a lot of stuff that TYPO3 Rector provides that's not in the PHP Rector project, but which is specific for TYPO3. So yeah, we can, for example, run it against the TypoScript folder, or like the flex form. Maybe you've come across this one. Waar is mijn muis iedere keer? Mouse. Oh, moet ik naar beneden scrollen. So you see it as the select with the render type. And how many of you changed the render types on select flex forms? So this is really helpful, because one of the small things that you may forget. Waar is nu mijn browser? Language labels. So the Rector PHP file in the root of the project, it has these set lists, as it calls them. So you could target a specific version of TYPO3, and there's a number of those. These are just a few examples. Or you can specifically target database to deball changes, or a host of other sets of things. And there's also no, these are just, you can run these all standalone. Like you can just do TYPO3 setlist for TYPO3 10.4 and it will only take the changes. Yeah. So there's also a TYPO3 level set list. So this, for example, will do all the changes up to version 9. This will include version 8 and version 7 changes. Now you can do up to 11 or up to 12, and it will include. So if you do this one up to version 11. This will include version 10 changes, version 9 changes. All at once, yeah. It will start with the oldest ones.
From 10 to 11, but it's in one?
Yeah, in one run.
Okay.
And I think it does it in the right order also. So it starts with
yeah, it should, yeah.
version, and then it goes one up, because otherwise there will be a problem if a change in two versions are. So it has to do that in that order.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so at the moment we are up to version 12. But we have issues still. And yeah, you can find them in the Rector project. And there's currently 164 open issues. And yeah, well, these are all related to version 12, or mostly, I think. So if you like this project and would like to help, you can take one of these tickets and try to write a Rector rule for them and help us out. I think there was a talk about, there was actually a project group in the core to write these Rector rules for each change. Like now they write the change logs, but it would be cool if they wrote the change log and added a Rector rule to the change log, which we could directly use. So this project would be up to date. But I don't think there's time for that at the moment in the core. At least Sebastian said he talked to Benny Mac about it, and Benny said, well, at the moment we don't really have time for that. But it would be cool if this would materialize in the near future. So we could always have an up-to-date TYPO3 Rector rule set. Any questions? Patrick, je moet je werk doen, kom.
First have to turn it on then. Right, any questions?
Thank you, Michiel, for your presentation. My question is on your tips and tricks in your daily use of Rector. I have an example in mind. I know there is a PHP Rector rules to change numeric, to add space between 3 digits in a number, and it can impact timestamp or error code, and I would like to know what kind of rules you deactivate or something like this.
I haven't used it for a long time, so but that I know Patrick used it a lot. So I don't know if you have suggestions.
Well, no, I didn't use it a lot. That's a big overstatement. No.
But you should be able to add it to the set, like.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what the namespace is.
You use the standard. Do you use a standard rule set, or have you some tips?
No, I don't have tips for that.
No?
I have no. I know there's in the set list. I would just use the up to TYPO3 something something.
Okay.
And it will do all the TYPO3 stuff for you. I don't know if that includes.
I will search. And do you use the last? I know between some version of Rector, there was a split between the Rector for TYPO3 and Rector for PHP.
The TYPO3 Rector project is pinned on the bug fix version of Rector PHP at the moment for stability. But I can't answer this question because I think Sebastian, he could answer it.
Okay.
But
I will search the rules, for example.
Waarom doet hij dit nou niet? Any more questions?
No. Oh. Not all at once.
Yeah, thank you. We were just discussing about the PHP upgrade. on line 25 you have a PHP 7.4. But if we would like to update to 8.1, for instance, for version 12 we have to, do you simply put there 8.1, or should you use in the set an upgrade for the PHP version?
I think you just put 8.1.
Okay, cool.
But I don't know why this is not resolving the namespaces. But it should. I don't know. Any more questions?
Just a practical question. If you have some extensions, 1 or 2 or more, what is the best practice to upgrade them? Do you just take one each other, or go you inside and just Rector classes, do one at a time, or how?
I would do the whole extension.
On
Yeah.
run?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you could also do the whole TYPO3 installation with a lot of extensions in there. In there? Yeah. That's
So it depends on how I set up Rector, whether it will take all.
Yeah, it depends. It depends where you. It depends where you run Rector. So where you do the composer include and then the Rector stuff. And when you run Rector, it will take all the subdirectories or the directory that you specifically state, but it will go into all the subdirectories.
So here we can see the stuff that's in there. Like we can see what's in the PHP version. So they have all the versions, like PHP 10, is that a thing?
1.0. Oh, 10?
So yeah, you can choose any of them. And then you have the TYPO3 level set list. No? What was the other one? Set list. So that's all this stuff in. So you could do only the database to table changes if you would like, but yeah. You could just go up to TYPO3 12 and just fix everything.
More questions?
But why? Okay, thank you for your attention.
not a big fan of this. But yeah, my concept is all the Jeroen, I don't like, I just put it in. You can also skip this rule except for one directory for one file. So, okay, so you for example, this one. There's the Rector project here.
Unlimited money.
So, good afternoon again. So, welcome back, everybody. Yeah, it's a little bit later, not in the morning, but in the afternoon because of the planning. For the expected guest over here, like I said in the morning, this morning, our program is already from 3 years old. So, he's waiting already for 3 years to be here. So, a warm applause for Hein Heijen, the prettiest man of Venlo.
Thank you. It's the first time I will do this in English, so bear with me, but the Holy Spirit is with me, so nothing can go wrong in this beautiful church. I'm going to tell you a story. We make a trip to the human brain, the processes when you make decisions. It's unbelievable. We make about 100 to 8,000 decisions per day. We are decision-making machines. And I'm going to tell you that when you are in high school or the university, nobody, or there's an exception in this room, told you what it means for you as an individual to make a decision. We make decisions based on, okay, goods or income or studies or going to get married or not, do I want to have children or not. But the impact of making that decision in the future is huge. So I wanted to know what impact does it make on me as an individual when I make a decision in my life to do something or to do not. The story I'm going to tell you when we make this trip through the human brain is based on two people. Two famous people who won the Nobel Prize for making decisions. One that fascinates me enormous is this man. Is he on the? No, not yet. Daniel Kahneman. This man won the Nobel Prize in 2002 for economy. But wait, this guy is a psychologist. Are you awake? A psychologist wins the Nobel Prize for economy. Something is going on here. This man said, when we make a decision, we are making this decision within two systems in our brain. Maybe you read something already about him. I say yes. That's fascinating. These two systems control the way I make a decision. So he said, well, we have the system one. It's just system one. And that's your unconscious mind. And why it's unconscious? Because there are no neurons connected to language. There is a sort of intuition, a feeling, but you cannot explain it. You cannot find a real word to explain that feeling. For example, when somebody is blind, with all respect, try to explain him the color yellow. How do you do that? It's impossible. Somebody who's never been in love, who doesn't know that feeling, what it is, explain him or her what it is to be in love with one word. You're not going to succeed in that. So in our brain is a system that gives you a certain feeling, a sensational from your body. Then the second system, he says, is the conscious system. And there are neurons with language. I can now, with system 2 is activating now, speak to you so you can understand. Interesting. But there's another guy, the second guy, and that is this guy, Richard Taylor. And watch it. He says the following thing. When you and I make a decision, the calculating, rational human does not exist. You got that? When making a decision, the rational, calculating human does not exist. That's a wake-up call. What's happening? He confirms the theory of Daniel Kahneman, that when you make a decision, the first system, system 1, is only based on a feeling. And after that, system 2 comes and tries to explain what system 1 already has done. So you don't make decision on rational things, you make decision on emotional things, feelings. The third person in this story is me, the small guy. These are the big guys. I live in Venlo, around the corner, so this is a home game for me. And these three people are based, is my story based on. So my background is study economy. I did 2 years of economy, and then I went to the business administration because economy was too difficult for me, and business administration and marketing I like more. And at the same time, I studied psychology, and I became a specialist in the clinical psychology, and sick people with emotional and behavioral problem. I studied the social psychology because I wanted to know how people influence and each other, and groups influence the individu a group. And I did the neuropsychology because I also wanted to know what happens in the human brain before you decide, before you are happy, make a decision to whatever. So this is the 3 pillars of my story. When it's correct, we make 108,000 decisions per day. I got these 2 systems. And when you go to the College of Economy, they tell you this to me. They said, Hein, when people make a decision, we are rational. We think, logic, right? Before you decide to marry, you thought, I want to get married. Before you bought that car, you thought rationally, do I want that car? And when you think rationally, you explained it, logic, you know exactly what you want, because it's logic, right? And when you know exactly what you want, you're very consistent in doing that, because it's logic, you know what you want. That's the study economy. All these models, they put information in it, and they shake, and they can explain why humans behaved in the past and will behave in the future, right? You did the same, right? Who was ever in love? Was that logic? No, it was feeling. Nothing to do with logic. So when I went to the other side of the same university and later on, in the college room, professors, ladies, gentlemen, they say, no, 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 no. We humans are not rational, we are emotional. Exit motivus, Latin for I come to the outside world with that what motivates me, gets me into move. And when you are an emotional being, you don't know what you want. You change all the time. So the first one you were in love with, is that the same person you are now with at this moment? No, because there was another feeling, and then you change partner. Or there was another feeling, then you change your job. There was another feeling, then you change your location, right? It's a feeling, and that is something psychology wants to know. And they say, okay, we are inconsistent. And when we are inconsistent, we are focusing on the unconscious. So economy focus on the conscious mind, some words to explain human behavior. Psychology focus on the unconscious mind. It's just a feeling. I don't know, it doesn't feel right, or it does feel wrong, right? That's intuition. Who do you think is right, economy or psychology? Economy, left? No one? Oh, you're cool. Who says psychology is right? Hey, wow, I can stop, we can go home, you already know this. They are both right, of course. I can explain you, it's context-based. So I can activate system 1, context-based to activate system 2. How is this possible? I can explain that by looking at the brain, the human brain. So we have this brain stem. It's from the spine, goes it into the brain. That is a part of your brain that controls your behavior. So when I move, my brain stem is active. When my heart beats, my brain stem is active. When I got my body temperature, my brain stem is active. This is the oldest part of the brain, and is like a tree, the most important part of the brain. In my time, when I studied psychology, the professors say, oh, the brainstem, you can forget it, it's just stupid animals. Now they say it's the most important part of the brain. So this brainstem evolutions. And there came another layer, you see that's the B, that's a limbic system. And limbic is old Latin for some that captured in it. The word Limburg is also from the limbus. These two behave and feeling is system 1. What people feel is what they do. And what people do is because they feel it that way. Then you see there's another layer, the third layer, maybe you read already about it, is the neocortex. Neo is Greek for new, cortex is layer. Suddenly in the evolution, a new layer above the limbic system came. The reason why is because of the eyes area. Before that time, just what happened, we did, we felt good, we did it. Then what we did felt good. We didn't have to think about anything because there were food, there was drinking, and if you want to have sex, you could pull her into the grave and you did it. You don't have to think. That was a joke, sorry for that. Then came the ACE period. And suddenly, the food was gone. Suddenly, the water was frozen. And suddenly, we had to hide to protect ourselves because it was cold. And then when we had a team and we found our apples, we had to make sure that Jo didn't steal our apples. So I had to remember where I put my food. And also I had to plan the future from how are we going to do this the coming month. And this third layer, this neocortex, suddenly made it possible that there was a past, a present, and a future. Before that time, there was only a today, a here and a now. No past, no future. The future and the past is a concept of the human brain. It's not a reality. These are the two systems. So system 1 is brainstem, limbic system, and system 2 is the neocortex, where language is located. Are you agree with me? These two people got the Nobel Prize for it. I have a short video. I hope the sound is okay, because that's why I said this guy and me. Listen to a BBC documentary where 6 or 7 high professors from top university were asked the question to give the balance, the contrast between the unconscious and the conscious mind. Listen to them. Maybe you can agree with them. No sound.
Heb jij een audio-aansluiting of niet?
Volgens mij wel. Die moet daar zitten, ja. Past die erin?
Nee.
Wacht, dan moet ik even dit eruit halen. Heb je? Let's try it. No. But maybe we can watch. Maybe we don't have to listen. Watch when they draw something on the white paper. The question the BBC asked them to give the balance, the contrast between the conscious and the unconscious mind. And the paper is all the possibilities. You understand it? This is the conscious mind, this is the unconscious mind. So who's the captain of the ship of your body? The unconscious mind. But there are no words to describe it. It's just that feeling, that body sensation, that intuition. With all respect, in the Western culture, the focus on the conscious mind is too big. We should learn more about the unconscious mind. That's where your most information is located. Now he's out of rhythm. I don't know why he's doing that. Well, look at closer to these two systems, and then I have a good, nice metaphor. When I was studying this, I was fascinated because of the capacity of both systems. When we look at system 1, is the unconscious mind, system 2 is the conscious mind. The unconscious mind is 500 million years old, about 500 million years old. The conscious mind, only 3 to 4 million years old. So the unconscious mind is sort of like an old gray man with a lot of wisdom, and your conscious mind is a little boy, little girl who wants to play and wants to fool around. That's the metaphor of these two systems. System 1 is your intuition, your motivation, your emotion. The word intuition is old Latin for with the eyes closed and I look into the inside my inner world. That's intuere. Motivation is that what makes me move. And the emotion is the exit motivus. I come outside with that what makes me move. This system is the first reaction when you are in contact with a surrounding. When you see something, smell something, hear something, taste something, grab something, system 1, 120 milliseconds, bam! And then comes system 2. Oh, wait a minute, that is logic. Or this is the reason why, or this is the ratio. Most people make now the mistake, because both systems are very important. When I have system 1 that reacts, it makes mistakes. I need now system 2 to correct and optimize system 1. Because the logic thinking I do can explain why I react that emotion when I see my mother-in-law. And when I can explain that, my intuition goes with the knowledge and grows and grows and grows. So system 1 activates system 2, and system 2 corrects system 1. I cannot separate them. So when somebody says, oh, you are so rational, I say, yeah, I have to be rational to understand my emotions, to feed my intuition, to develop as a person. System 1 knows no resistance. When I'm training companies to sell products, I train them to activate system 1. Because when I activate system 1, you have no resistance. You say yes, because it feels good. System 2 knows resistance, yes, but. Now you're going to think, do I need this product? What is the cost of this product? Is it efficiency, whatever, blah, 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 blah. System 1 doesn't cost any energy. System 2 costs a lot of energy. I've been a clinical psychologist for 30 years. I did therapy with burnout people, depression people. These people live on system 2. 24/7, they cannot sleep, they cannot rest. System 2 has to rest. That's why we go to sleep. And system 1, the energy goes on and on because your heartbeat, your lungs, your liver, your brain is going on. You have no control about it. It just is doing it for you. And when you wake up, boop, system 2 is, oh, I'm here again, and the conscious mind is active again. And when you sleep, the unconscious mind is active. System 1 is what we do. System 2 is what we know and what we say. When you want to understand human behavior, you can listen to what they say. I did it for 30 years, but I don't believe you. I look what you do. Then I know who you are. Because what you say is not always right and in balance with what you do, right? Next week I stop drinking. Yeah. Oh. At the 1st of January I go to lose 5 kilos. Yeah. No. System 1 is very fast. 120 milliseconds, bam. System 2 is very slow, 300 milliseconds. That's interesting. System 1, 1.2 million bits processes information. System 2 is 60. And our educational Western culture is based on system 2. I have a nice metaphor for you to explain this number, this huge. System 1 processes 1.2 million bits per second. Somebody told me, I'm not a computer scientist, not at all, I always push the wrong button. But somebody said the alphabet A, B, C, D is 5 bits. Is that correct? Zeros and ones? Yes, say yes, I can go on. When you divide 11.2 million by 5 is 2,240,000 letters. When I print 2,240,000 letters in a book, I got a book with 400 pages. Oh, sorry. Per second. Processes your System 1 information. That's huge. When I compare that with System 2, 60 bits divided by 5 is, you're smart people, 12, right? 3 words. All these people I was able to talk to and to listen to, I learned a lot, these patients. I asked them, after the session was ended, when you look back, making that decision to marry that man or that woman or to get children or not, was another feeling that says don't do it, or do it, but you didn't do it, or did do it? And they all said, yes, but I didn't listen to it. Because System 1 is very soft and whispers to you. A System 2 shouts and pushes System 1 away. And afterwards, oh, I knew it, but I didn't listen to it. I knew it, but I didn't act. I need both systems to pay attention to it. Logic is not the real reason we make a choice. So the secret is solved. That's how I make money, a lot of money, because I solved the secret. That's also a joke. Again, what people say is just what they know. You can read a book, you can follow a classroom, you can look to the television. Oh, I know something, and I give you an answer. But what people do is what they feel. You don't act the way you know it, you act the way it feels. And these two systems are the really reason for being in the situation and doing this behavior. So economy is right, and psychology is also right. The context is the starting point. For example, when I'm in the context and I see a beautiful woman or a beautiful man, and I want my target is a relationship, what system should I use? System 1, right? I'm not going to take my measure and the kilos and the height. No, it's just I'm in love. It's a feeling. But when I go to buy a house, I want to know the cost. I want to know my income. I know the interest rates. What system do I use? System 2. But when I'm in the house and I have this beautiful picture of that house with a garden and a swimming pool and these doors are open wide, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. Oh, I want that. I can pay for it. And I come in that house, and all the elements are there, and I'm there, and then it feels not good. People are going to buy that house. There are people who buy that house. System 2 is right. System 1 is wrong. And then you come in a complete different house. No 3 bathrooms, no 3 bedrooms, no garden, no opening doors, no terrace. And you come into that house, and then it feels, oh yeah, at home. That's System 1. That gives in a second gives the answer. Do you want to do an experiment with me? Yeah? You know the volume knob 10? When I ask you to do at volume 8, say yes. I say 3, 2, 1. And then at volume 8, you say yes. You're going to do that? This is church, they're saying here. This is no problem. So 3, 2, 1. Yes. That's 4. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Come on, 3, 2, 1. Yes. That's the one. Because I want to do an experiment to let you feel what it is when these two systems are active. So my question to you is, say the color you see, not the word that is written in the volume 8. Right? I'm the conductor, so I give the 1, 2, 3, and then we go volume 8. And if you don't want to do it, it's okay. We go to do this. Right? Are you ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, red. Come on. Stop. Again. So the question is, say the color you see, not the word that is written. I'm the conductor at volume 8, and volume 8 is 1, 2, 3? Yes. Oh, that's 2. 1, 2, 3, come on! Yes. Oh, we're grown-ups, don't be shy. That's a nice experiment. Again, say the color you see, not the word that's written. I'm the conductor, 3, 2, 1, and then 8. Come on, ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, red! Come on! Come on! Yes! 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 Thank you. I'm going to do it again. Same volume, same motivation, same expression. You ready? No? That's system 2, resistance. I say 3, 2, 1. I'm the conductor, and all volume 8. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go! Blue, red, purple, black, green, black, brown, purple, white, blue. Thank you for cooperating. Yeah. This is the proof that we have two systems. Have you noticed that the first and the second were different in the rhythm and the way it went? Watch it. When I watch system 1 looks and it sees red. System 2 analyzes RED, and system 1 isn't balanced with system 2, we go smooth through this experiment. 110 people at the same rhythm. I did this with 500 people at the same rhythm. But when I conflict these two systems, you see white. System 2 analyzes RED, and that's the conflict of a making decision which you later on regret. This is the proof of the two systems. When you make a decision, be sure, next time, please, to make that these two systems are in balance. It feels good, and I know what I'm doing. Then psychology has no reason, or therapy has no reason anymore, medical has no reason anymore, because you are in balance. If you study economy, always go for the balance, right? If you start studying a medical student, it's the balance between body and mind, the balance between the organs. If you study psychology, it's the balance between the thinking and the emotions and the behavior. We make decisions in the hope that we create the perfect balance. But our system in education is focused on system 2. This just a little part of course, the whole story about the conscious and the unconscious mind. How many minutes do I have still left? Yeah? 15. Okay. Perfect. I'm going to give you the building blocks of system 1. 120 milliseconds, bam. You see something, system 1 is active. So I developed a behavioral model where you can explain and influence people on behaving in a certain context. The first overall is 1, this is system 1, is left on the left one, the context. Maybe you remember the old Latin. Context is contextere in the Latin. Con is together, texture is like this, and is intertwined into one experience. But I discovered 5 building blocks that make that one context. If you know the building blocks of the context, you can exactly pinpoint an effect in these 5 building blocks to create certain behavior in the context. You know which 5 building blocks a context is built up? Most don't know, no. That's fascinating, eh? All the time you have lived, these 5 building blocks influenced your behavior without knowing it. You should know that. Here they are. Physics, there's a sound, there's a smell, there's a color, there's a temperature. When I push the button on physics, I change your behavior. When the temperature is going down, -10, you're going to behave different than +21 degrees. When the sound is 10 and plus, you're going to behave different than when it's silence. When it smells good, you're going to behave different than when it stinks. So when I train companies to influence behavior in a certain context, the first building block is the physics, to change the physics. One example, the NS, the train company, had a big problem in Amsterdam because all those people who went from the satellite villages around Amsterdam in the train to go celebrating on the Saturday night. So when they went home at 3 o'clock, drunk, they molested the train station. I said, simple. You know what we did? In the train itself, we pumped up the temperature, and they were drunk, they came and they were aggressive, and we pumped the temperature to 24 degrees. When you are drunk and sit in a train station and it's 24 degrees, it takes you a few seconds to 1 million less on damaging just by raising temperature. And again, go on and go on and go on. The second building blocks of the context is the material. Look around. Wood, steel, marmor makes the context. In Kessel, some little village here in the south of the Netherlands, is a beautiful castle. It was burned in the 1940s because of the war and the Germans exploded it. They built it again with the old elements, 400 BC, and the new elements. This castle in Kessel is placed first where people want to get married. Why? Because of the materials. The third building block is the statistics, the numbers, the kilos you weigh, the high you are, the income you have, the amount of relationships, and whatever makes the context. The people who are here now makes the contact. The material, the temperature makes the contact. Then the social, the people around you, your colleagues, friends, partner, whatever. And the most fundamental is the culture, the Western culture, African culture, Asian culture, Australian culture, influence your behavior and is a building block of the context. When I make changes in these 5, I influence your behavior. The second element, you see, the second oval, is the most important because I made a little jump. When there is a temperature, when there is a sound, when there are materials, when you have this kilo or this height or this income, when these people are around you, or when you are in the Dutch culture, it says absolutely nothing. But in these 5 elements, 100 words are intertwined. 100 words are intertwined, and then the context becomes a value, motivates you, gives you that meaningful. When I sell products or train people, for example, I don't sell a product like a beer or a car. What you sell is one of these 100 words. You know Freddie Heineken, the one who made the beer, the pills? He said in an interview, I don't sell pills, I don't sell beer, I sell coziness. When you buy a car, you don't buy a car, you buy speed, you buy status. That's what you buy. When you buy a washing machine, you don't buy the washing machine, you buy something else. We are, in System 1, searching for these words. So there are 3 categories. I show them later on at last. Universal, situational, and personal. So there are 5 value words all over the world. There are specific value words per situation. For example, when you're in your job, you have other value words than you are with your friends on holiday, or when you are a part of the driving in the traffic. And then you have your personal value words, it's only for you. These words, when you feel them, activate them in the context, then the emotions come. So motivation is for the emotion, motivus, and then exit motivus. When your emotions come, it is information about the situation where your value words are satisfied or not. For example, when one of your value words, freedom, is very important, and you are in a context with these 5 building blocks and you feel freedom, then the emotion joy and enthusiasm comes up. But when freedom is very important for you, but you don't get freedom, but you got the opposite, you are captured, then the emotion fear, sadness, aggression, and disgust coming up. When you don't know yet what value words is for you important or is playing in the situation, you have the emotion, oh, it's not there, orientation emotions, like verbazing is in Dutch, I don't know in the English. Surprise, something like that. So when I play with these words in a certain context, I manipulate you, I activate your emotions by these words. When you are emotional, because you have these value well satisfied or not, goes into your direct temperament. Your temperament with your emotion makes the behavior in that context. And because you and I are doing for 95% every day the same, I can exactly predict what you are going to do in a certain context, and that is your character. There's no economist that can predict the stock market of tomorrow. But the psychologist can predict what you're going to do tomorrow for 95%, because you are going to be in that same rhythm of your character. When you get up, you set coffee, you go to coffee or the toilet, you shave, you go to the shower, you go to the car, you go to the office, first thing you go to the toilet or you activate your computer. Watch it out for tomorrow that 95 what you do is exactly every day the same. But wait, when I change the motivation words, I change your emotions, I change your behavior. Look at this, the last thing I will explain. Let's look at these 5 universal motivation words. Where you go worldwide, in Africa, Asia, or in United States or Europe, these 5 words, take them with you and you influence every human on this planet. 5. You have a guess? What do you think? Security, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's one of the 5. Okay, yeah, sorry? No, it's not, I understand. This is love is fantastic. But love is based on 3 of these words. Let's look at them. Freedom is the most important motivation word there is. When people do not feel free, the emotion aggression, fear, and sadness and disgust come up. Remember the Corona time? What happened? We lost our freedom, right? And what happened to people? They got scared. They got sad. They feel disgust. The second word is indeed safetyness. What happened with Corona? We didn't feel safe anymore. So the joy was gone, the enthusiasm was gone. People were sad, were angry, were disappointed, were depressed, had a burnout. The third one is healthness. The fourth one is intimacy. What happened to Corona? We were not healthy, we were sick. What happened with Corona? We were not allowed to go to our parents, to our friends. We were not allowed to hug. We had to stay 1.5 meters on the distance, right? People got into trouble, emotional, because they couldn't hug anymore. They couldn't go to parties anymore. They couldn't go to the bar anymore. They couldn't go to a holiday anymore. And the last one is flexibility. Everybody wants this in life, wants to feel free. And when you feel free, you're happy. And you are enthusiastic because you want more. When you feel safety in your relationship, in your work, you are happy. When you feel healthy, you are happy. When you feel that intimacy, that social creature next to you is an animal, a plant, or a human being, you feel happy. And when you're surrounded by people with a flexible mind, an open mind, you feel happy. But the problems come when the opposites appears in your life, in these 5 building blocks of the context. I don't know if it's the right word, but there's no freedom, there's captivity, dire straits. There's no safetyness, but you are threatened. There's no health, but diseased. There's no intimacy, but you are neglected. There's no flexibility, but rigidity. Then life becomes a problem. It's not about the context, it's about these 100 words. When you find these 100 words, one of these 100 words, a couple of these 100 words, in the context of your work, your relationship, your hobbies, your country, your house, you are going to be very happy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Hein, for your presentation and all your information and secrets about the mind. But before we want to thank you, perhaps there are some questions from the audience. I don't know, somebody has a...
All happy people again, no? They're all happy.
Okay.
No?
How does come the flexibility work with... how does the flexibility comes together with 95% of the day you're doing the same? So that there just seems to be no flexibility in situational behavior.
It feels like flexibility. That's again, that's a good question. So we have this oval 10, there you see the behavior, you act. But when you when you are permitted to do that, because of your parents allowed you to, or your partner, it feels like flexible. Yeah? It is a rhythm, and people are very used to their rhythm, and then they feel free and flexible. Try to you have a partner? He or she has a rhythm at the morning? Break it. You will see what happens. She's going to do like this. Well, I can talk about more, but it's time. It's a very interesting question, yeah.
You mentioned healthiness at
Yeah.
point 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Why I got the feeling that so few people actually strive for that. So actually it's hard that people like eat healthy, do sports.
Yeah.
Are they ignoring it, or is that something that...
That's a very good question. The problem with healthiness, the real word comes from the sexist word, Old English, gesund. G-I-S-U-N-D. And what it means functional behavior. So my mother, for example, is 94. She smells 1 packet cigarettes a day. She went to the lung doctor years and years ago, and the doctor said, "Oh, I'm glad you don't smoke." Serious. Health is a very mysterious thing. You can have the body who's health and the mind who's health. When you are in India, for example, and you have hallucinations, you're a secret guy, you are a high level. The same symptoms in the Western culture as in India, you are schizophrenic and have a psychose. So healthiness is cultural connected. It's a big mistake. Nobody knows what health is. We know what sickness is, but nobody knows what health is. So that's a challenge for scientists and philosophers to explain us. Yeah. We can have a big beer together and then we talk about this. That's fantastic. Thank you.
I think
Oh.
we're running a little bit out
Oh,
of
sorry.
time. So, Hein, thank you very much for all your ideas. It's something different than coding, or still we had some bits and bytes.
Okay, bits and bytes.
So, thank you very much. Here's small
This too?
things. Yeah, of course, from Venlo. And, thank you very much, and see you all.
See you next time. Thank you.
Test. Yes. Hi. My name is Rogier Lommers. I come from Nijmegen, a town in the east of the Netherlands. And I work for Bol.com, 11 years already, as a principal tech lead. And for those of you who don't know Bol.com, we are one of the biggest online retailers in the Benelux. We started in 1999, and we are selling like about 34 million of products on our webshop. We have a website, of course, we have an app, and we act as a marketplace for where other companies can sell their products. So yeah, that's us. Today I'm going to discuss 3 main topics. First, we are going to discuss vertical and horizontal scaling. Then I'm going to tell you how our asset pipeline works. So how do we put all the product images on a website? And I'm going to tell you about our lack of horizontal scaling back in the year 2019. Yeah, oh, sorry, this one. If you have questions during the presentation, just shout. I always think that works best. So having said that, scalability is important, right? If there's something which I've learned in the past 12 years, then it's about growth. You need to be able to handle the load. Today's load, in terms of page sizes, for example, is tomorrow's regular load. And yeah, this became more important by the years, and I want to give you a very simple example. For the Dutch people here, who is this? Yes, I am not the only old person here. Indeed, this is Bulletje. You can know this person from the Soundmix show. It was a game show, a television show back in the 90s, I guess, where kids could play back their favorite singer. So you were sitting on the couch with a cup of Nibbits chips, and suddenly you could vote using a good old landline. You could vote for the best performance, right? But suddenly all lines were dead. So no one was able to vote again. The number of people voting, so the number of people calling in, was simply too much. Luckily, they could solve it back then by adding more operators to the phone system, so problem solved. But yeah, this is a classical example of a scaling problem. And in 2019, we had a similar problem. So back then, we were running our workloads not in the cloud, but in our own data center. And it wasn't built for horizontal scaling. No, it was good old-fashioned way. 19-inch racks, a lot of them. Provisioning happened through rack tables and Puppet. We ran them on VMware hypervisors, and we deployed a lot of virtual machines. Each machine having its own role, and that role represents a Java or a Go service. Pretty straightforward. But yeah, this suited us best for a long time, but in 2019, things became different. Because of our services and hardware needs were growing, we came short at some point. And especially during certain periods of the year, for example, Black Friday or other Sinterklaas, there were moments when you needed a peak of additional hardware. And we could not deliver that. So in short, we were not optimized for horizontal scaling, we were optimized for vertical scaling. I don't think everybody really knows exactly what vertical scaling is, therefore a nice example. Take a look at this soccer field. Now imagine you are the lucky guy who needs to mow the lawn. So what do you do then? You buy a mow loader. Here it is, a very nice piece of equipment, but soon you realize that it would take you a while to mow the lawn, right? So you buy a bigger one. And you start the engine, mowing the lawn, but the weather conditions are good. A bit of rain, sun, the grass is growing. It's growing faster, and you cannot keep up. So you buy the biggest model you can find online. You go all in, but then the soccer players, they again start to complain that you are not doing your job fast enough. So what do you do then? Now this is called vertical scaling. You want to go faster, then you buy a bigger mowing machine. In terms of tech, of course, it's about adding more CPU, adding more memory, more bandwidth, etc. In 2019, our data center was built for this, for vertical scaling. Back to our soccer field. So we were still not going fast enough. And then you become creative, right? You already had the biggest machine available, so you cannot buy a big one. Instead, maybe you should try to buy a few smaller ones, a bit more. They are cheaper, they are more available, easier to handle. And then you think of a construction with some duct tape and some metal bars and you tie them together. Let's see what happens. There they go. So your construction is working. And in about 10 seconds, you have mowed the whole lawn. And the best part of the story is that they scale horizontally, right? For example, if you want to go 2 times as fast, then you simply add more. There they are. Now let's see how it goes. Let the mowing begin. 2 times the number, and indeed, this happens now in 5 seconds, and that's quite an improvement, right? So this is horizontal scaling, and that's what we do nowadays in the company. But yeah, nowadays we would run more pods in the Kubernetes cluster. You use kube control, and you add the number of replicas, and then you're ready to go. But let's step in our time travel machine, because I'm now talking about 2019, when we were not having Kubernetes, we were not having Istio, not all the goodies from having a service mesh. No, we only had our VMwares, our virtual machines, provisioned by our operations department. But we also had a lot of assets to process. We had 260 million assets in our database. And assets for bol.com are images, documents, PDF files, videos, all kinds of assets. And on a regular day in 2019, our partners delivered around 80,000 new assets on a daily basis. Yeah, we need these assets for our channels, shop, mobile, web, marketing, external applications. Basically, we use assets everywhere. But how does this work exactly? How does an asset from being delivered at the back all the way up to the front, how does it work? And I will explain that to you. So from now on, let's focus on this Philips razor blade. In general, there are 5 steps this razor blade will go through. It all starts with downloading the assets. Then we try to do a deduplication, because we might already have this Philips razor blade. Then we extract some metadata. Then we do the actual rendering. And the last but definitely not less important step is the actual serving to our customers. Now, for each step, let's discuss it quickly. The steps are tied together using an event queue. This means that the result of the first step automatically triggers the start of the next step. And this, of course, gives us a nice separation of concerns, and basically it gives us a resiliency strategy. Back to the razor. So it starts with the content supplier delivering us this image, and it can be through our API, or through a secure FTP server. And from there on, we put it in an S3 compatible storage bucket. And that's it, pretty straightforward. When this process is done, like I said, it triggers a message on an event bus, which takes care of triggering the next step, which is deduplication. And a big chunk of those 80,000 assets which are being delivered every day, we already have them. So we need to find out if that's the case for this razor blade. When we started with deduplication, we tried to calculate the so-called MD5 hash. So a very simple byte array from a physical byte set on disk. And yeah, of course, this works. But you can have the same image from an asset in different resolutions, right? And that would mean a different MD5 hash. And then the algorithm thinks, hey, different hashes, okay, different razor blades, which is clearly not the case. Luckily, there's an answer for that, and it's called the P hash, the perceptual hash. So we improved the deduplication step by implementing the P hash. So instead of calculating an MD5 hash, you calculate the P hash. And what does it mean? You first convert the asset to a grayscale image. Then you resize this all the way up to 8 pixels by 8 pixels. And then you create a byte array, and you calculate the numbers of differences, so the different bits, which gives you the Hamming distance. And that's a powerful value, because the lower the Hamming distance, the bigger the chance that the two assets are equal, right? Yeah, so far for duplication. The next step in our image pipeline is about extracting the metadata. Because images contain very valuable information for us. Think about topics like the orientation. If a product is visualized inside its box or outside the box, detection of brands, of logos, of the most dominant colors of an image, but also nudity detection is something we automatically extract. Here is an example. So we use trained models where we, for shoes, for example, determine if a shoe's nose is pointing to the left or if a shoe's nose is pointing to the right, because in this case there are multiple shoes for the sizing table, and for a good customer experience, you want all the noses to be in one direction. So that's typically something we do by automation. Other examples, like I said, are the fact that a product is shown inside or outside the box. You can very easily train a data science model on doing this task. Here is an example of our logo detection. And this one, I liked it a lot when we implemented it. It's about extracting the most dominant color from an image. And we use that to first, so when we render the page, we first put the most dominant color inside the div elements where the images eventually will be loading. So it's kind of a lazy loading concept. You start with the colors, and then you replace the colors with the actual images. Last but not least, the nudity detection. So used for applying the adult filter. Yeah, speaks for itself, I guess. We store all these extracted metadata pieces of information inside a NoSQL database. And that's it. The next step is the actual rendering. So the supplier sent us his razor blade. From now on, we did deduplicate and checked if we already had the razor blade. We extracted some metadata out of the image. This step is about creating web-optimized versions of the incoming asset, of the incoming image. Because as you can imagine, content suppliers, they give us very high resolution TIFFs, BMPs, JPEG, PNG, WebP, you name it, and I've seen it. And for obvious reasons, we want some kind of consistency in what we serve to our customers, and that's where this step is for. We didn't build it ourselves, because you don't want to build this yourself. There is the mother of all tools for this. It's ImageMagick. At first, we tried to do it ourselves, but don't go there. Trust me, it's hell. We now have written a very simple Golang wrapper around the C bindings of ImageMagick, which does the trick. When the web-optimized versions are done, we store them on disk, 2019, so we were still talking about disks instead of buckets. And a disk back then was nothing more than an NFS share on a NetApp instance. Due to the fact that we have literally billions of images, we needed to apply some sharding. We made use of our global ID, which is our unique identifier for a product within the company. And by using the first 5 characters of the global ID, we could create a directory structure, and which allows us to not be in conflict with the maximum number of inodes on disk. So yeah, that's it. The last step is indeed serving out the asset to our customers. I think we can all imagine how it goes. It's Nginx. In front of Nginx, there's a varnish cache for speed optimizations, and Nginx is serving the files out of that directory structure, which I discussed earlier. Nowadays, of course, we have a CDN and we make use of cloud edge functions, but yeah, 2019. This is what it looks like from a client perspective. There is a URL pointing to our razor blade. It's being served by the Nginx service, who gets the image from disk, and so far our image pipeline. Now, back to the razor. There it is. Because, so now you know how the razor flows through the landscape. But what I didn't tell you yet is that sizes are quite important. Time to first byte is crucial for your page conversion, right? And a lot of studies, they all tell the same. They have a shared conclusion: be careful with big images and be careful with big image sizes, right? So it's fair to say that everything above the 5 seconds of load times means a disaster in conversion. So you want your images to be small, but of course there's trade-off when becomes an image too blurry, too ugly, too whatever. Trade-off, size, quality. So what do? And then suddenly, Google announced the Gatsby algorithm. I think Gatsby is the way to pronounce it. I haven't validated that, so maybe if somebody knows, I always call it Gatsby. So what is Gatsby? It's a new way of doing image compression. It's an open source JPEG encoder. It comes as a static binary, so an executable file. You can run it on your Mac, on your Windows PC, on Linux. You can run it everywhere. And Google claims to deliver 30 to 45% of smaller image sizes. That's quite a reduction. And then without loss of perceptual quality. Now, back to our Razor machine. There it is. Here it freshly came out of our render pipeline. So ImageMagick made this image. And as you can see, it's 176 bytes in size.
Is it JPEG?
Yeah. So it's 170 kilobytes in size. And now let's apply the Gatsby algorithm. Here I did it on my MacBook. And as you can see, it's now crunching, it's applying models, it's doing all kinds of Google things. Google is good in this stuff. So yeah, it tries to apply models, and then it self-evaluates, and it tries again, It's not really interested for now. But the fact is that it takes a long time, right? So it's, there it is, 30 seconds. And then you have your additional image, which is 116 kilobytes. So that's a decrease of 34%, which is big. And I personally cannot see the difference between left and right. So it's good to do this. So yeah, we thought we were clever. We already had that loosely coupled architecture using that event queue. So why not add an additional step? Straight after the rendering, let's apply the Gatsby algorithm, right? It sounds quite simple, but then, bam. Everything was overloading, queues were piling up. Simply too much work. The Gatsby process took too long. We have service level agreements with our content suppliers, and we couldn't meet them anymore. So we had to do something. So yeah, we had a problem. So in fact, like I said in the beginning, each day we receive 80,000 new assets, and 10,000 of them were new. So after deduplication, we still had 10,000 assets which flow through our image pipeline. On average, 30 seconds. Gatsby, if you calculate it and you only assume that you have one core, so single-threaded, I know it's not totally fair, but it would mean that it took 3.5 days to apply the Gatsby algorithm, which is undoable. Yeah, I keep repeating myself. It was 2019. We couldn't temporarily and quickly add more hardware because of reasons. But we needed that. We needed that to, first of all, apply Gatsby to the new incoming stream of assets, but also for our backlog, right? We already had that 216 million renditions, JPEG files in our NFS share. I didn't know an answer, so every time when I don't know an answer on a question, I go running and just shut down my brains, run for a while. And it was near this location on the dike in Nijmegen that I thought, hey, it doesn't really make sense, right? It's such a simple task. There's a binary, there's a JPEG file, you run it, you wait for 30 seconds, and you have a smaller image. Basically, everybody can do this. And 2019 also was the year of the hipster life. So everybody was growing their hipster mustaches, and companies put gaming rooms on their departments and ballenbakken. I'm not sure what the English translation. Ball pits, I guess. And also very shiny MacBook Pros. So all my colleagues back then had MacBooks with at least 8 cores. Yeah, and what do you do as a developer with your MacBook? You open up Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ or whatever. Every now and then you compile a bit, you open some emails and you play some music. Do you really need 8 cores? I don't think so. So I was thinking, can we make use of that hardware, right? I am in need for a lot of hardware for a short amount of time. I cannot get it in our data center, but maybe I can get it on the laptop of our colleagues. Now let's focus on the render step again, where we currently have implemented a synchronous step right after the rendering, but we can also consider adding a REST endpoint. So that after the rendering, after storing the images on disk where it's been served out to our customers immediately, we offer the opportunity to get images. So a simple get endpoint, which can be used to get the location, the public location, so the worldwide location where the image can be downloaded, and a post endpoint where you can deliver a smaller image. Now I hear you thinking, who is going to do this? Who is going to make use of these endpoints? Well, the colleagues, right? We have the MacBooks, and we already concluded that a lot of idle hardware is inside these machines. So it started with a kind of a hackathon project, but we created a very small binary, a command line interface tool, especially for this. So a colleague simply installed the Miracle client, that's what we call them, the Miracle. And by running that thing, we enabled this. So the Miracle, after starting up, went to the get endpoint, asking the renderer service to give some work, which returns a URL, a public URL, to a freshly rendered JPEG file, which then the client applied the Gasly algorithm, and when that successfully succeeded, it could use the post and put endpoint to return the smaller image, and then you could replace it. Now there's a nice queue in between, so perfect, right? And the best part, back then we were with 2,000 people, so it's scaled. 2,000 people with 8 cores. Now, let's reserve 1 core for their Visual Studio Code, and yeah, there we go. This kind of smells like horizontal scaling. A bit of details about the Miracle tool. We have written it in Go. It cross-compiles, so we provided binaries for Linux, for Mac, and for Windows. It compiles to static binaries, so you don't need dependencies, no OS dependencies, no C libraries, nothing. Just an executable. And we could even include the Gasly binary inside the Miracle binary. So we packaged the Gasly executable inside our thing. We wrapped it around. So it was available as a command line tool, and yeah, so just by running the tool, you could help the company in making images for our customers smaller. At some point, we even added some gamification, and then it really went berserk. Yeah, it is a bit of a strange situation, right? Definitely not recommended on production normally, but yeah, it worked. Yeah, what else to say? People were having fun. We nominated prizes for the top 3 colleagues who reduced the most bytes on disk. And as you can see here, my colleague Mark, he freed up 25 gigabytes of data. So only by applying the Gasly algorithm. Some fun facts. Within a couple of weeks, we applied Gasly to all our image base. On average, 40% smaller images were being sent to our customers, and about 500 MacBooks were constantly crunching and applying the Miracle client. Also, where we used to have a bit of a fight with our operations department about hardware, they suddenly found spare hardware. That's that Mark guy, because he found a couple of racks where he could run the client in a Docker container. And yeah, people liked it. Where we started to receive merge requests. People improved our dashboarding, and they really wanted to help. It was a nice exercise. Oh, there was even somebody indeed who created a screensaver where he wrapped Miracle in. Yeah. What is now my conclusion? If you have a problem, go running. It can give you some nice ideas every now and then. That's it. Thanks. Are there questions? No. No. Nowadays we run in Google Cloud. So there you just use Cloud Run, and then you scale within a few seconds to multiple pods. So no.
One of the process gets scaled before it can return a new image.
When the Miracle client does a get for work, that event is saved in a Redis instance, and I have set a TTL on that. So if someone closes the lid or something goes wrong, the TTL expired, and then somebody else gets the job. We even had funny colleagues who returned other images than the original. Yeah. But we could use the perceptual hashing algorithm to detect the differences, right? Because the threshold should be close to 0. So that was funny. And in the beginning we didn't do that, and then suddenly some unfriendly body pictures showed up. So yeah. Sorry?
The guy from Basecamp and Hein, DHH, he wrote an article on how they're going back from cloud to their own stack. I don't know if you read that?
I haven't read that, but I do recognize this. So at first we came, we hosted all our services. In the beginning, it was like 4 services on an external company, Schuberg Philips, maybe you know it. Then we built our own data center. Now we are converting into the cloud, but we keep on growing, right? We went from a monolith situation to a microservice situation. We went from 3 IT teams now to 300 IT teams with thousands of deployments per day. And at some point, the cloud doesn't scale, so I recognize, but I'm not sure quite yet what the sweet spot is. I'm sure that Netflix is already way beyond that sweet spot, but yeah, it also depends a bit on what kind of stuff you need from the cloud, right? Storage, I would say don't do it yourself, but compute, for example, if you run your own Kubernetes cluster and you apply a service mesh on top of it, yeah, then why not do it yourself? No more questions? Okay, thank you. Oh.
Thank you.
Nou, thanks.
Thanks to you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rogier. Just a small note. I would like to ask you to keep seated, because then we get the other people around and do the closing, and then we go for lunch. For the buffet and
Oh yeah.
Ja, gut verstanden. Aber da sind wir beim nächsten Punkt, ist die Frage, wie aktuell das Standplatz hier ist. Weil das ist das Problem bei der Paketierung wieder. Weil da muss jedes paketierte Ding muss an einer Abhängigkeit jedes Mal bei jeder Sicherheitslücke von einer Abhängigkeit selber wieder paketieren, wieder abbilden. Das ist ein Riesennachteil, den ich nie hatte.
Wo ist das? Du weißt schon, wo das ist?
Aber das Riesending finde ich bei Linux.
Die was? Die Con?
In Düsseldorf.
Ja, wo genau?
Was bei Nix halt auch nicht ist.
Ich weiß
nicht. Was halt Flatpak versucht zu umgehen, gegen die zum Beispiel viele Standard-Libraries, sehr viele Flatpak-Bank, die als Abhängigkeit reinziehst, sodass sie dezentral aktualisieren.
Längstes Arena ist ein Netzwerk Beech,
wo das gesehen haben, aber sie
genau, die Merkur-Arena sollte ja wohl das mindestens sein.
Sag das mal dem Daniel. Ja, Merkur-Arena. Aktualisier mal von Beech die TYPO3 Ihr habt wieder Docker interessiert, weil ihr das ja mit ausgefahren ist.
Also das Gute wäre, das will eigentlich nicht, weil hier der dann mal weg.
Also ich habe es bei Fortuna probiert, aber genau in dem Fall, als Fortuna aus Nürnberg aus
die und die Dinge zu paketieren, was TYPO3 ohne Browser nutzt, wo ja dann auch die Packages schade ja, aber als Gegenwender von denen, also ich würde nicht dran denken, alle Abhängigkeiten zu bauen, damit die Installation
ja, es war echt nah an EU, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes.
Stattfinden, dass alle dieses Paketieren gehen, weil das auch so
So, hello everybody. For the last time today that I'm over here. I hope you enjoyed it all. So you have some new information and made some new friends, and I hope you enjoyed it all. So first of all, I want to thank you all for being here. So a big applause for yourself. Yeah, I want to do it quick as well. So I think just to say here, thank you for, like you said, for yourselves, but also for all the speakers we had today. I think most of the speakers were waiting for 3 years to be here today, because they were planned 3 years ago here. And I think we had a very nice, interesting talk with really diversity from code, from hosting to TYPO3 to other companies, and also about getting Brain 1 and Brain 2. So I think we really had some nice information. So thank you all speakers for being here, putting in your time, and for all your talks. Thank you very much. Yeah, for the rest, yeah, we did it already this morning. Thank you, sponsors, but also people who are helping here, the helping hands, but also the people we didn't mention this morning. Thank you, video team, Bert and Wim. Thank you very much for being around. For the rest, yeah, thank you a lot. I hope you all enjoy the buffet later on and the social event. And mostly I hope to see you around tomorrow. And for all the rest, have a good trip, safe trip home, and hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much. You ready? Yeah. One last thing. We have our home photographer up there at a very nice stage. So I would like to invite you all to come over here. Then we make a group image for everybody so that we can see how much fun we had today.